Oh, there she is.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, John.
Hi.
I'm sorry we're having to do this virtually all remotely. I don't think any of the members are going to be in the chambers today. Here's Wendy. Good morning.
Sorry about that. It wasn't letting me log in.
Uh-oh.
Said the webinar hadn't started yet, but I went to a different Zoom and it worked.
Okay, good.
So we are 3 and the time is, we've got 2 minutes left here. You guys cannot hear those birds? You can't hear them? I'm going to close the door.
Yeah, I did hear him a little bit.
Charles, are you lonely?
No, I have friends here. Sammy keeps me entertained.
Oh, good. How are you today, John?
I'm well, thank you. It feels funny though. It doesn't seem like a real board meeting.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I really regret, and my hope is that next week I'll be able to be back among the moving. So.
Well, we're all cheering for your immune system, Mary. No one wants you to actually get sick. So, and we appreciate your caution to keep everyone else healthy too.
In fact, later this afternoon, I'm going over to get a rapid test at my doctor's office. So I'm sure that will make me feel like, okay, I can go back now. But it's just important. This is a crazy time for everyone. Okay, it's 9 o'clock. And I will just check to see if we are recording. Great. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, January 25th, Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips. I don't see Supervisor Lopez yet that has joined Zoom. Supervisor Askew and Chair Supervisor Adams are joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions or corrections to closed session for this morning, Mr. Council?
There are none, Chair.
Excellent. Okay, so now we will go on to closed session, items number 1A through D. I will see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on any of the items on closed session this morning. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment? Sounds like no. And is there anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment? Please raise your hand should you so do. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Chair, there is someone at the audience that is wanting to do public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. If you could please approach the podium and make your comments.
He's via Zoom and his name is Drew.
Via Zoom, okay. Sorry, I did not see that. Okay, Drew, this is going to be a little tricky for us. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Martha Rodriguez.
We'll do 2 minutes this morning for Drew. Okay, your time is starting, Drew, so please make your comments.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My few points that I wanted to make were that prohibition of sales always makes more money for criminals. So we need to be very careful on that. And
So actually, Drew, this is for items that are on the closed session agenda. You may
Oh,
be
I'm sorry.
interested- That's all right. You'll be interested in speaking during the regular public comment time, which will begin at 10:30 this morning.
oh, great. I appreciate you guys.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in chambers or online that anyone can see that wishes to speak?
Yes, we have one person in the chambers.
Okay, if that person could please come to the podium and state your name. And this is for comment on the closed session agenda items.
Yes, my name is Marta Rodriguez. I'm back again with what I've never gotten my justice from Monterey County, what they've done to me. And I want a response because I gave my paperwork, my concerns with my domestic, and it just went from a domestic, it went to the sheriff's, it went to the the Me Too Act. And then it went to the coffee pot, and then that they threatened my daughter, the DA. There's 4 witnesses that are gonna approach because they've just used and abused me. And now with the structural, they sent me environmental health. Why didn't they send me a building? I mean, it seems like all they're doing is laughing at me, going round and round in circles. The fire department assessed it as structural damage. Now I got the paperwork from the permit department saying that the firefighters didn't have a say to do that. So I went back to the firefighters and he said, we did assess it. So who's playing games now? It seems like they're just going round and round on me. But the problem is what they've done to me. I've never gotten justice. And that's what I want. I want my justice. All they did was abuse me and accuse me of something I never did. And I still have the domestic, and the county knows what they did. The police chiefs has been on and on and on and on. No, I want answers now. I'm tired of running around in circles.
Public comment time has elapsed.
So could you please repeat your name again? So I'm sure that we have it and we can look into this.
My name is Marta Rodriguez, and I have the file where the police, they can't find it now.
Okay, all right. I very much appreciate your being here, and we'll see if we can't figure out what's going on. This is a new item to me, and I'll need to talk with staff and get a little background on it. But thank you very much for being with us this morning. Okay, and is there anyone else in chambers or online that wishes to speak to items that are on the closed session agenda this morning? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I am going to close the closed session agenda discussion and move to recess into closed session, and we will reconvene in the chambers at 10:30 this morning. Thank you so much. See you in a little bit.
culture and hip hop artists and Black
Trying to figure out whether we have all of our supervisors present at this moment.
I don't see Supervisor Askew. Let's join.
Okay. So I think because we're running a little late this morning, we're going to go ahead and start our meeting, knowing that Supervisor Askew will join us momentarily. And so I would like to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair, let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, and Chair Supervisor Adams are joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much. And we anticipate Supervisor Ruud Askew any minute. So if anyone is interested in joining the Zoom webinar, you can do so by accessing numbers 224-397-747. If we could please have the announcement of the Spanish interpreter services, Diego Celis. Is Diego with us this morning?
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hable lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte como para que yo le escuche. Por favor, haga una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Diego. And just as a comment, any Spanish-speaking public comments, when we receive them, are going to be heard first in Spanish by the public speaker, and then the Spanish interpreter will follow by interpreting the comments into English. It is time now for us to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I am hopeful that our newly retired Chief Michael Orcades is with us. Can anyone tell me if he is part of the participants? Chief Orcades, are you with us? Yes, he is. There we go. Okay, and Chief Orcades has his hand raised, and I would like us to be able to call on Chief Orcades to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Absolutely. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Chief Orcades. And now we will ask the clerk, are there any additions or corrections to the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency today?
No additions or corrections.
Thank you. And is there any member of the public that would like to comment on anything today that is on the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? Is there anyone in chambers? Is there anyone with their hands raised? I'm having a little difficulty seeing that, so I'm going to have to rely on my wonderful clerk assistants to take that, tell me that.
So I see Drew via Zoom raise his hand.
I think Drew is not going to comment on this item. I know that he's interested on the Board of Supervisors, which is not quite this meeting yet, Drew. So hang on.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll bring it back to the board if we could have a motion to approve the consent. We have one item. Sorry, we have one item.
Askew moves approval of consent for Water Resources Agency.
Thank you.
Lopez will second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call vote.
Sure. Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye, thank you. With that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and call to order the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the County of Monterey. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Sure. Let the record reflect Director Alejos, Director Phillips, Director Lopez, Director Askew, and Chair Director Adams are joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much. If anyone wishes to join Zoom, you may do so by calling in to 224 on your computer, 224-397-747. Are there any additions and corrections by the clerk on this agency meeting?
No additions and or corrections.
Thank you. And we will now take public comment on the successor agency, the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Is there any members wishing to come public to comment on this agenda? Seeing none, thank you. We have one item. It's the consent agenda, and I think we have a motion to approve by Supervisor Alejo.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Alejo, and a second by Supervisor Rudascu. So, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on that?
Yeah. Director Alejo,
Aye.
Director Phillips,
Aye.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director Askew,
Aye.
Chair Director Adams.
Aye. And with that, we will adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey and move forward to the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Let the record reflect Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew, and Chair Supervisor Adams are joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections by the clerk?
Yes, there is. Correction under General Government Consent, item number 31, a revised Exhibit A was received.
Okay, thank you. And do we need to have a motion to accept the revision? If I were in the chambers, I would ask that of my county council.
You do not need a motion for that
Thank you.
correction.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Then moving forward, we'll go to ceremonial resolutions. We have items 2, 3, and 4. And I believe that we're going to have some presentations this morning. So the first thing I'll do is take a motion. First thing I'll do is see if there is any public comment on the resolutions today. Hearing or seeing none, is there any supervisor who wishes to make a comment or question on the resolutions today?
I move approval of our ceremonial resolutions today.
Thank you very
Phillips,
much.
second.
Thank you. So that's Askew and Phillips. Maybe have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we'll go to item 2, which is the ceremonial resolution recognizing Captain Don Harvey upon his retirement after 26.5 years of loyal service to the North Monterey County Fire Protection District. Supervisor Phillips, are you going to be presenting this?
Yeah, he's one of our North County leaders of our fire department, and we're going to miss him here. So, Dan, is he in chambers or on Zoom with us? Well, in any regard, he began his career in North County Fire District in April 1995 and retired November 21st of 2021. After 26 years of loyal service, he devoted the past 26 and a half years to protecting the property and the personal safety of others. He began his career as a reserve, was promoted to full-time firefighter in 97, lieutenant in 2006, and captain in 2013. He was a 21-year member of the Monterey County Urban Search and Rescue Team, a trainer for the department, the Emergency Medical Services in Monterey County for 20 years. He served on numerous boards, committees, commissions to include the local 3058 union president, emergency medical services coordinator, and the Monterey County Crisis Intervention Team, to name just a few. Don has demonstrated throughout his life a career and sense of deep responsibility, pride in doing the right thing, whether it for the family, his community, or the fire districts. Dan and his wife have 3 children. In his free time, he enjoys outdoor camping, golfing, woodworking, and spending time with the family. On behalf of all of us here and all the residents, especially the ones in North County, we congratulate Don on his contributions to North County, and we wish him well in his afterlife after his retirement for the fire district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips, and we'll ensure that Captain Harvey receives his plaque.
Madam Chair, I believe we have a speaker here.
Oh, excellent.
I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this honor, and I'm very touched that you guys would think of me in this way, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Captain. It's wonderful to have you with us today.
Yeah, thank you, Captain. Really appreciate it.
Is there any member of the board that would like to make comments? I'm seeing no hands raised at this point. Thank you again. And we'll move on to the third ceremonial resolution. And this is to adopt a resolution commending Fire Chief Michael Perez for 34 years of service to the Monterey County Regional Fire Protection District. And I'm proud to be able to present this resolution myself. So there are a lot of whereases, but I'll just sort of go through and tell you some of the highlights. Fire Chief Perez started his career in the fire service as a seasonal firefighter in the former called California Department of Forestry in the summer of 1987 in the Monterey San Benito Ranger Unit, King City Station. Chief Perez gained employment as a volunteer firefighter with the Salinas Rural Fire Protection District of Monterey County on January 12, 1989. He was promoted to hostman on February 1, 1990, promoted to lieutenant on April 1, 1992, promoted to fire captain on November 1, 1995, promoted to division chief on February 1, 2002, and on May 16, 2006, was appointed by the board of directors to fire chief of the Monterey County Regional Fire District. Chief Perez worked with many department heads and employees of the County of Monterey, including the Board of Supervisors, CAO, the County Sheriff's Department, the Health Department, County OES, County EMS, County RMA Planning and Building, County Public Works, the County Assessor, the County Auditor, the County Legal Counsel, County Treasurer, County Elections, and Natividad Medical Center. In that regard, he was coordinating and collaborating and communicating issues and solutions to numerous situations that affected the fire district and or Monterey County. His accomplishments are vast, including introducing the advanced life support capabilities to all fire stations, constructions of the administrative offices, the Toro Station expansion and ADA compliance, the Village Station remodel, the Mid-Valley Station's ADA compliance, East Garrison Fire Station, Chular Station remodel, consolidation of the Monterey County Regional Fire District and the Carmel Valley Fire District, hiring and promoting 67 personnel, annexation of Spreckles, Fort Ord, Chular Canyon, Lime Kiln Road, Armstrong Ranch, and Carmel Valley infill areas. He worked on the passage of Measure E, which is East Garrison, Measure F, the Carmel Valley EMS, Measure H, the Cannabis Fund, and acquired millions of dollars in grant funding for personnel, equipment, and community fire prevention projects. I could go on and on and on. Chief Perez is a bit of a legend in District 5 from the work that he has always done. He held leadership positions with the following organizations: the Monterey County Fire Training Officers, the Monterey County Fire Chiefs Association, Monterey County Operational Area Grant Approval Authority, Monterey County Emergency Medical Care Committee, and the Fire Districts Association of California. Chief Perez always emphasized formal education as a key to success. He holds a Bachelor of an Associate of Science in Fire Science from Monterey Peninsula College, a Bachelor of Arts in Human Relations from Golden Gate University, and a Master's degree in Public Administration from Golden Gate University. He's also a certified chief officer from the California State Board of Fire Services. In recognition of his retirement on December 30th, 2021, the County Board of Supervisors just commends Chief Perez for his 34 years of service to the communities of Monterey County and acknowledge that we live in a safer community because of his selfless efforts. I've had the opportunity to work with Mike since I was on the board and even beforehand when I was with United Way, and have tremendous respect for the work that he's done, and we're going to miss him terrifically. But we acknowledge that he has done a wonderful job representing us, taking care of us, and now we look forward to wishing him a long, healthy, and well-deserved retirement. Chief Perez, would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Again, thank you for this great honor. And I hope you as the board have a happy and healthy 2022. And hopefully we can get to this pandemic and get back to some degree of normalcy. And thank you for your leadership over the years and your support. I've had to reach out to each and every one of you over my years for issues, and we were able to get to a consensus. And I always appreciated your ability to listen and help me where needed. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chief Mercedes. I can say that when I first was elected, we had the big breakout of the Soberanes fire, and Chief Mercedes was right there on the spot, giving me introduction, telling me what to do, telling me where I should go, helping me navigate through the whole process. And I thank you so much for that. We had some very interesting trips up through the backwoods to just get a good handle on what was going on. I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised.
Thank you, Chief. Just want to say thank you for your dedication to our communities. I've enjoyed working with you. You know, for somebody who got their start in King City, I think we're cut from the same cloth in many degrees. And one of those is appreciating the ability to cut through bureaucracy, whether that's needing to release a backhoe that you and I have history on, or, you know, making sure that anybody who shows up to a briefing gets the in-depth briefing that they need. You were always there going above and beyond. And to me, that's the deepest appreciation that I can have for somebody, especially as a newer elected like Mary, you know, walking into a scenario like that and having you being willing to set everything aside and walk me through camp and explain what's happening. It really led to the ability that I have now to understand what's happening in each of those. You made that possible through your dedication and willingness to take that time. And so I want to say thank you. I know we've got some overlap there in Chular, and you know, that's just an amazing fire shop, amazing house. And I know that you helped put that together and everything that is for the community beyond just a resource in time of emergency. It serves almost like a community center. And you've done that at each of your stations. You helped create community and created that center and trust, where sometimes that's the only form of government that our small communities see. So thank you for your dedication, for your service. It's recognized, and honestly, your reputation precedes you everywhere you go, thanks to that deep commitment you have to community. So thank you for your service. And I know you won't be too far away. Look forward to continuing to see you out there in the community. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And let's have a round of applause for Chief Mercedes and the work that he's done for so long. Thank you so much, Mike.
Madam Chair, I wanted to add too, because I've worked with Mike on a lot of issues, and I don't know of a more respected firefighter anywhere in the county, not just in his own district, but all ours. And he's partnered with us on a number of projects at Rancho Cielo. It really has improved so much so thank you for your years of service. Enjoyed working with you, my friend.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. And I see Supervisor Rudasky has her hand raised.
And I'll just chime right in. You deserve the very best for retirement, Chief. And I just personally want to thank you. You've always been so willing to take my calls and sort of share the rest of the story and the whole story and walk me through the history. I really value the way in which you make yourself available to everyone, and it goes such a long way to help me better understand the needs of your team and the needs of the district, so that I can be as well positioned as possible to make decisions. So I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you in the short time that I've been in this seat, and I wish you the very best, and big shoes you leave to fill.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
And I guess I'm the last one here, Chief. We didn't get to work very close together, but I really want to thank you for your many years of public service. And all the comments are well taken and well deserved, and wish you the best on your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
And Madam Chair, if I could just make a final comment, thank you. We have worked with Chief Mercedes for quite a long time, and it really has been a pleasure. He's certainly a wealth of knowledge. And the great thing about him is that he's also a mountain biker, so he's got to be a good guy.
That adds to it. Thank you again so much for your years. I hope you're not going to be a stranger. We've got one down in Palo Colorado Canyon, as you well know. It never ends. Thank you again so very much. And we'll make sure that we get the frame certificate over to you so you can display it. I'm sure you have a wall of fame that this will be just another addition. Thank you so much, Mike. It's really been a pleasure. And with that, now we'll go to item 4, which is to adopt a resolution honoring Gloria Perez upon her retirement after 42 years of service with the Monterey County Treasurer Tax Collectors Revenue Division. And I believe this is going to be presented by our own treasurer tax collector, Mary Zeed.
Thank you very much, Chair Adams and members of the board. I'm Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector, and I have the honor and privilege this morning to be able to celebrate the career of Glow, as we call her, Perez. I'm going to have her manager, Jake Stroud, say a few words, and Ms. Perez is going to say a few words, but I just wanted to give you some context of how big a moment this is for our department and for the county. As most of you know, annually for employees, we provide service awards when they reach milestone anniversaries with the county. And as normal practice, I went through the service award list last summer, and I happened upon the list for the entire county. I looked at the list, and Ms. Perez was the 6th most tenured employee in the county of Monterey out of approximately 5,500 employees. Now, if that's not a career with the county, I don't know what is. So unfortunately for us, we've lost Ms. Perez to retirement. Fortunate for her, she's entering the next chapter of her life. So her supervisor, Jake Stroud, would like to say a few words.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jake Stroud, Deputy Treasurer Tax Collector, overseeing our Treasury and Revenue divisions, and I do have the distinct privilege and honor to tell you a little bit more about Glow. We call her Glow both because it's short for Gloria and also her wonderful personality. And Mary touched on the long career, and the resolution that you'll receive details all the details of your career, all the promotions, the millions of dollars that you've collected. But I want to just tell everybody a little bit about not what you did, but how you did it. And that was every day, a positive attitude, treating others, both your coworkers and your customers, with kindness, fairness, and respect. And many of our customers come to us in difficult situations, maybe just getting out of court, having a tough situation, or maybe released from custody and coming to pay a debt. So a lot of times they're geared up for a tough interaction with a tough collector. And what I've seen time and time again, read about in our customer service surveys, is that Glow always pleasantly surprised our customers in treating them that way. So I just want to thank you, Glow, congratulate you on an amazing 42 years. We're going to miss you, but your legacy lives on with your peers that are in the audience here and those watching online, and best wishes in retirement.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I will see if there is anyone. I'm limited by what I can see, so I apologize to everyone. Is Glow with us today?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Good morning. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping you might like to make a few comments.
Yes, I want to say it's an honor. Thank you for myself for working with the County of Monterey Revenue Treasurer Tax Collector and all my coworkers. And I have met so many people, all kinds of walk of life, and I will miss it dearly. And all my coworkers, my supervisors, and to enjoy my retirement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Glow. Thank you for your years of service. And we have Supervisor Lejo who wishes to make comments today.
I just wanted to commend Gloria for 42 years of service, a lifetime of service. And I wanted to thank her, her family, and just for her many years of public service to our community, the millions that she collected, rising through the ranks. It's a story of inspiration. So Gloria, I know you're leaving for retirement, but know that everyone here at the county really thanks you for your hard work and giving it 110% throughout your lifetime. So this retirement is well deserved, and we want to thank you personally. And I hope you and your family will enjoy those many days just relaxing and spending time with the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Gloria, I just want to say congratulations. I mean, that when I saw that 42, especially in the roles that you took on as the manager, and as Mary said, those were some of the hardest roles. I mean, the one criticism we always get as government is, the tax man coming, and you made that such a wonderful experience for people given the nature of the work. You were the best face for Monterey County. And so thank you for being that for us. And we know that you've helped train those that are coming behind you. So thank you for your dedication to our community. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. And I must say that I think the reason that you have done so well is just as your supervisor had said, the positive attitude and the upbeat approach. Thank you for that. That's not something that comes easily. It takes a lot of energy and you really have given your all. So very much appreciated. Could we all have some applause for Gloria? Thank you so much, Gloria, and we'll be sure that we get the framed resolution to you. So it may even be there today. Since I'm not there, I can't even tell. But if you don't have it today, we will make sure that you do receive it very soon to hang on your wall of fame. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy your new life. Thank you. And now moving forward, we'll go to appointments on the board, and we have 5 appointments, items number 5 through 9. Is there any member of the board that wishes to comment on the appointments? I see no hands raised. Is there any member of the public, either in chambers or on Zoom, that wishes to comment on the appointments?
I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
The motion by Alejo, a second by Rudascu. Could you have a roll call? Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. That passes, and we will move forward now to the consent calendar. And just want to make a comment. California's open meeting laws require that elected bodies conduct their business in open public meetings and limits the discussion to items included on the posted agenda for a meeting. So this means that the board may not be able to respond directly to public comment when we go through the consent agenda, among other things. Public comment is limited from 1 to 3 minutes per person at the chair's discretion. And I am unclear how many people we're going to be seeing with comments today on the closed session on the consent calendar. So I'm going to make a 2-minute rule for public comment. Thank you for that. Now, is there any member of the board that wishes to comment or pull any items? We have items 21 to 43, but I know that 21 has been pulled from the consent calendar and moved to scheduled items. And it will be scheduled item 13.1, and it will be heard this afternoon as the first item at 1:30. Could I first have a motion to accept this change from the consent calendar to the scheduled items?
So moved.
Second.
That's Phillips, second with Lopez. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Just for the record, that was Alejo.
I'm so sorry, Alejo and so Phillips and Alejo. Okay, thank you. So may we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you so much for that. And now we have the consent calendar on items 22 to 43. Is there any member of the public or the board? I see that we have Chair Root Askew's hand is raised.
Yep, I was hoping to pull for comment 31, 34, and 43.
31, 34, and 43. Okay, for comment. All righty. And is there any other member of the board that wishes to pull any items for questions or comments? Please help me if you do, because it's difficult for me to see if your hand is raised, and I don't see any other hands. Hands. So we will now go to Supervisor Root Askew for your questions and or comments on item 31.
Yep, thank you. So for item 31, this is our ARPA Economic Recovery Program that we're partnering with the Business Council. And I just wanted to thank staff for submitting the revised Exhibit A, and just to call out, I think that with the change that was made on that was to correct the language that we're using when we refer to our Black, Indigenous, and people of color, as well as our Asian Americans and Pacific Islander communities. And I just wanted to say thank you for the attention to getting those words right. They do have significant meaning, and I think that our intent is very clearly at the county to ensure that this program is reaching all of our historically underserved communities. And to that point, what wasn't amended in the Exhibit A, but that I want to just call out and ask for special attention is the language services that are going to be provided. We talk about having 15. One of the metrics is to have 15 programs delivered, but we only specify that 3 of those of the 15 should be held in Spanish. And given the target demographics that we're trying to reach, I would just ask that the folks who are working on this program, ensure that we have language translation services, not just for our Spanish participants on a broader scale, but as well as ensuring that we have other languages accessible. We have a large population in Marina specifically that speak languages other than English and Spanish, who are small business owners who I want to make sure that these programs and services are accessible and available to them. So that's just a request as the program further gets refined and developed, that we are paying very close attention to that target demographic that we say that we want to be connecting with. So those are my comments on 31. Should I go along with 34?
Yes, please.
Okay. On 34, I have some questions, I guess. Let's see here. So the staff report says that the proposed annex, so this is the Miramonte reorganization of property tax transfer agreement, which is actually a fairly significant agreement to approve future property tax transfers within the city of Soledad. And I am aware that we have a handful of other property tax transfer agreements that are all being negotiated, and that some of our South County cities are looking to work together to ensure that we have a clear and fair system for property tax transfer agreements moving forward. And given the significance of this, I felt like this was something that the board needs to be really thoughtful and aware of and exercise our due diligence in considering their actions and the long-term financial implications to both our cities and the county. So I'm really feeling uncomfortable approving this as a consent agenda item without any discussion about this item, as well as all of the implications for future tax sharing agreements. So I would like to ask that this come back to the board as a scheduled item next week, so that we can have a presentation and additional discussion. And if there's support for that, I would save the rest of my comments and questions for that for further conversation. Otherwise, I'm happy to ask them now.
Thank you, Supervisor Root Askew, and I see that Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know there's been a lot of work that's gone in here, and we're trying to keep some really strict timelines to get things done. And so personally, I'd prefer moving forward today. I think that's where I'm standing on this issue. So if it needs to be a separate vote, I'm good with that.
Okay, and we may need to do a separate vote on that. Any other comments from anyone else? I mean, is 1 week significant as far as moving this forward? I must say I agree with Supervisor Root Askew if this is something that's going to be significantly changing the tax structure, and it's something that we should probably discuss in public. And I can't decide whether Nick Chulo's staff is raising his hand or just waiting.
Thank you, Chair Adams. Yes, if I could speak briefly to this item. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So very briefly, when a city annexes territory anywhere in the state of California, there's a requirement by LAFCO, the agency that approves the annexation, that there be an agreement between the city and county on how property taxes are to be split or shared in that growth area. The board has an adopted formula that has been in existence for a number of years, which is the basis for the allocation that you have before you today. It's a very standard kind of approach. It's not to say we couldn't come back and discuss this further with the board, but the formulas that have been set are the formulas that have been used for a number of years. There's only so much growth to allocate, frankly, and so it's a limited resource, as you know, in that sense. In this particular case, the other factor here is that there is a memorandum of agreement with the city of Soledad in terms of the growth direction. And this annexation, in the staff's opinion, is consistent with that growth direction because there was an urban growth boundary set aside to basically require the city to grow to the north and east, which is what they're doing here. So I think my recommendation would be if the board was going to deviate from the standard formula that you've used for years, that's a much bigger discussion and would probably take a lot more analysis because it could open up the whole range of property tax issues for the county as it relates to city growth. So I think the staff has some concerns. We would do whatever the board directs, but I just wanted to be really clear that with the item before you today is based on a formula that the board has approved and has been in use for some time based on limited property tax resources. So.
Thank you, Nick. I'll go to Supervisor Alejo, whose hand is raised.
I just want to say I'm good to go forward today, and I'm good with having the separate vote later. Thanks.
Supervisor Phillips, do you have anything you'd like to weigh in on with this item?
Yeah, I'm ready to move forward on it.
Okay, then if I could just make my comments then and finish my questions. So I guess the staff report says that the proposed annexation is consistent with the memorandum of agreement that was approved by the city and the county in 2016. And unfortunately, that memorandum of agreement was not included with the board report nor posted for the public, which I do think is concerning because it is a critical document in regards to this request. And I understand that I hear staff saying that the proposed annexation is consistent with the urban growth boundary referenced in the MOA. However, the proposed development is for housing that is at a density of less than 6 homes per acre, which in my understanding of the MOA is not consistent with the agreement to avoid urban sprawl and to utilize the best available sustainability practices. Also, so that to me is concerning. I think that we, when we're determining consistency, it needs to be complete, and we need to do our due diligence, which I don't believe we've done in this particular case as a board. I think the other concern that I have is that I'm hearing loud and clear from that the cities in South County may be interested or are interested in further negotiation of the tax agreements for this project and other projects. So agreeing to this today, knowing that it's simply going to come back to us for renegotiation without the due diligence of having a conversation, I'm feeling really uncomfortable with. And then additionally, I think it's part of the due diligence that we have is to understand exactly what the impact this agreement will have on the Resource Conservation District and the Fire District. And given the conversations at LAFCO very recently, I am aware that there's in some situations, that is a consideration that people like to have conversation about. So I did want to bring that up today. How exactly would this change in our tax agreement affect tax sharing on those agencies? And then not referenced specifically in the MOA, but I do have deep concerns about the promises that are being made to South County residents that this new development will alleviate overcrowded housing conditions and offer homeownership opportunities. And I just want to go on record that in a community where the median household income is $65,000, it is disingenuous to be making those claims in the absence of a much higher development density. I think we all agree that we need more housing, and that with the new RENA numbers, we want to be absolutely moving forward to ensure that the housing that we desperately need is developed. So in no way should my comments be construed to say that I'm not supportive of the annexation. However, I do think that this is the one opportunity that we as a county have in agreeing to this tax sharing agreement, that to be emphasizing the type of consistency with the MOA that was very clearly talked about avoiding sprawl development and addressing some of these best practices and sustainability. So for those reasons, I would like to have a full conversation about this. I'm uncomfortable agreeing to it given the lack of information that's been provided to the board today. And I am fully supportive of working with the cities to ensure that we can have the type of additional growth and development that we all know is needed. So with that, I'll just ask that we have a separate vote on this item.
Thank you. And I'll take that as a motion. I'll go to Supervisor Lopez. Actually, I will second your motion. And now I will go to Supervisor Lopez.
Was there a motion there?
There was a motion made by Supervisor Rudascu to pull
Can we
this.
get
and have-
clarification on what that was?
I would just ask that we take a separate vote on this item, and I would move to delay this item for 1 week so that we can have a full board discussion with additional information as requested.
Okay, so I'll make a substitute motion considering the motion and second to go ahead and proceed with this item, now approving it as is per staff recommendation. And I'd just like to make the comment that, you know, for me, it's a tough conversation when we start talking about income levels and trying to put barriers on our communities and the type of housing they deserve. I'm hearing more and more of that coming from outside my district, specifically on projects within my district. It feels like a modern form of redlining. And I just think that our community should have that right to choose as they move forward as city councils and communities, how they grow and what that looks like for their best needs. But with that, I'm happy to make that motion and have that second.
So thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. So I see Supervisor Alejo's hand is raised.
Just on the motion that I seconded, I want to have us move forward. These are the typical arguments that are made anytime there's an annexation, when housing is being proposed. It's nothing new. Outside voices trying to speak for the community itself. These projects still have to go through approval within the city of Soledad, so that their city council, their residents will have that opportunity to voice for their own community about what are their housing needs that are there. And frankly, in California, we need all types of housing, not only the extremely high density housing, which is important and is even encouraged where there's transit corridors. At least all the most recent legislation has promoted that to make it housing and transit more accessible. But there's also, that doesn't fit every single community. And I'm encouraged that the city council there will have that opportunity, but now they at least have the opportunity to have a discussion to advance forward some significant housing within their community. And that couldn't come any quicker in Monterey County. We need housing ASAP in all corners of our county. And I'm glad Soledad is moving forward to actually start having some real groundbreakings and some real opportunities for the community, see housing start getting built within their city. So I'm excited and I'm supportive of this moving forward today. Thank you.
So I am, I guess I need to hear from 43 before we come back and pull a separate vote for 34. Is that, I'm looking at County Councilor, do we go ahead and have a separate vote for 34 now?
You can do it now, Chair. I heard a substitute motion to.
I'm sorry, that's correct.
To move it today, and was Supervisor Alejo was second to that substitute motion.
Therefore, then the consent calendar would remain as it is, including 34 at this point, because Supervisor Rudascu and I, are we going to separately vote on the moving it forward today?
So typically, Chair, when a supervisor asks to pull an item for a separate vote, you don't have a motion on that. It's just pulled. You take the balance of the consent calendar, and then you come back to the other item for a separate vote. You can take that separate vote now if you choose, or take the rest of the consent calendar and come back to this item for its separate vote.
Let's go ahead and take the separate vote now then.
Madam Chair, I believe there are some hands raised to speak on this item.
Thank you. I would appreciate your help in helping me identify those hands raised. Unfortunately, the setup that I have here is not showing me those, the people. So could I ask the clerk if she would be helpful in identifying the people with their hands raised?
We have Ana Velasquez.
Excellent. Okay, Ms. Velasquez, Mayor Velasquez, would you like to speak?
Anna, you're able to unmute yourself now.
And Madam Chair, how much time are you providing here?
I said earlier that I would allow 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. I believe we also have our city manager present with us, but I do want to make some comments, and I do appreciate the comments of Supervisor Askew in terms of the reconsideration to bring this back. I think one week isn't going to make a difference. I think this conversation in terms of the property tax transfer agreement is really critical to not just the city of Soledad, but to our South County cities, to make sure that this is a clear and fair system as we move forward. My understanding is the current methodology that we've been using in terms of the tax structure is outdated. There's obviously been a lot of change in legislature and some of the other factors affecting some of our future housing construction. And I think all of those need to be considered. So if at this time the board is going to move forward, I do request that there is consideration, that there is future consideration to come back to the supervisors for an amendment to this property tax transfer agreement if needed, in order for the cities to be able to really look at and analyze that this is a clear and fair process, and that we are in adherence to any of the current legislative regulatory requirements as we move forward. And thank you for addressing some of the housing needs in the city of Soledad. I think my concern in terms of what we're building now and really having it be single family homes traditionally is not what our community needs. We do need a mixed use of housing that's affordable to the families that have lived in the city of Soledad for many years. And many, like myself, you know, we deal with the fear that our children won't be able to buy some of these homes that are being constructed in some of our communities. So we really need to look at higher density. We really need to look at some of the other availability of different types of housing to come into our community that meets the needs of our residents. And currently, we need to be looking at that, because that's not what's currently happening. But again, I do appreciate to come back and have a further conversation, because it is critical, and that the Board of Supervisors would consider a future consideration to amend the property tax sharing agreement at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Velasquez. And I'm going to have to ask again for help in identifying. I believe it was the city manager who's going to be next.
Brent.
If you are able to unmute yourself and make your comments.
He's actually here in person. He's going to be
Oh,
speaking in
thank
one
you.
moment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Figured that was the only way I could get your attention, but that's okay. This is a different world we're working in. I want to appreciate the comments of our mayor and also Brent Slama, city manager, city of Soledad, and also all the supervisors. This is very important to us. One, to move along. This is an annexation that's been 20 years in the works, and every little thing is something that delays the eventual construction of housing. I don't want to have a full discussion about land use issues on what's not a land use item. Probably more convenient to have that discussion in front of LAFCO and as a group. That being said, this is driven, as was told by Mr. Chulos, by formula. This formula is over 40 years old, and I don't believe it accurately represents the changes that have been made with local and county government over the last 40 years. And we're definitely interested in relooking at that. We met with the mayors and managers in the Salinas Valley yesterday. We're committed to that. We know the city of Salinas is committed to that. We know the other South County cities that have annexations are committed to that. Our problem is, in order to go through that process, it takes a long time. And I spoke with Mr. Chulos, and we want to move this annexation forward. We'd love to move this item forward, but as the mayor said, we want the opportunity to relook at this at a later time. There are a lot of equity considerations and other things that were discussed, and it's something that's important to us. Now, we are all on the same page with the other South County cities. Our problem is, if we wait to do that, it may take a year and a half, and we just don't have that time. We need to build housing now. And so we definitely want to move this forward. We appreciate the supervisors that want Soledad residents to vote for Soledad projects. I strongly appreciate that. But definitely something, we need to get through this to get to the LAFCO hearing, but we'd like consideration at a future time with what the
Public
other
comment
cities are doing.
time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who can be identified who would like to speak on this item? Either in chambers or on Zoom?
On Zoom, we have someone named Wildfire.
And is this the item, Wildfire, is this the item that you want to speak to? Or are you looking at different item, item 43?
The person is not.
Is the person able to unmute?
Yeah, they just unmuted themselves.
Okay. Okay, and Wildfire, is this the item that you wish to comment on? Hearing nothing, I think that we will go ahead and move forward. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this item, item number 31?
Madam Chair, if I could make one comment very briefly. This is Nick Chulos.
Item 34, rather, excuse me. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, yes. City Manager Islama is correct. We've had discussions about the fact that we're using a formula and whether the formula needs to be looked at and that sort of thing. We also had discussions about the complexity of doing that and the kind of time that that would take to do, which I think has driven the city's need to move forward on the annexation and the current tax agreement that we have based on the current formula that we use. We have had some discussions with a consulting firm about looking at the approach that we use for that. It would be a fairly involved study. I think I sent the board a memo on this a few months ago that we were looking into doing that kind of work. So that is something that we are going to be looking at. But for now, for today, this is the formula that we have in place that the board has approved, and we're recommending that you proceed forward. If the board wishes to put some kind of reopener in the agreement, that's the board's prerogative. But that's kind of where we are today on this, and I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand raised.
Yeah, I too support moving forward on this, but I know we've been in talks with the city of Salinas, and we've committed that we're going to take a relook at the formula and have a extensive study done on it, but that'll take a while. So I'm in favor of moving forward on this now. Thank you.
Okay, so where we stand is there is a motion on the floor to move forward with a motion, a second to move forward with item number 34 as it stands now. If we could have the roll call vote, please.
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
No. Thank you. That item number 34 has passed to move forward. I am unclear about when it would be appropriate for us to discuss a reopener, but my hope is that perhaps Supervisor Ruud Askew might put in a referral to move forward with that.
And Madam Chair, just to let you know, if we do the study, as Mr. Chulos was talking about, it's something that we can address in the future regarding any of the agreements. I'd be cautious about putting a specific reopener in any particular agreement. I think we just need to make sure that we're treating the cities fairly, under a good methodology, and so we don't want to open up to say that we're going to look back at all the other ones, and I just think we need to have a good formula and move forward.
Thank you, and I appreciate your comments, and I'm hoping that Supervisor Ruud Askew has heard mine as well. With that, we will now go to Supervisor Ruud Askew and her comments on item number 43.
Thank you. And 43 is an item on Potrero Road to put in a no overnight parking, to introduce waive reading and adopt an urgency ordinance to prohibit parking overnight. So I just want to, in previous conversations that I've had and questions that I've asked about this item, I was assured that there were not people encamped at this location, and that this was simply a safety public, a road safety issue. And I've since heard that that may not actually be accurate description of the situation at Potrero Road. And so I just, again, want to emphasize, and I will pound this drum, that we need, or that this, if that is the case, that the urgent need for additional safe parking locations to be identified in every single district of the county and in every single city within our county, so that people have safe and legal places to sleep. It's not right for us to simply tell people you can't stay here when we're simply offering no other alternative location. Our shelters are full. The affordable housing that we have available is not actually sufficient to meet the needs. And for people who are barely holding their life together by living in their vehicle, when we simply continue to kick the can down the road, it's not sufficient. Doesn't treat people with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And so my ask is, again, that we continue to get information and identify safe parking locations that can be established in every single district and in every single city within Monterey County.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Rudascu, and I'll go to Supervisor Phillips for comments or questions.
Yeah, this was done at the request of the people living on Portero Road. And the problem is you have the Salinas River State Beach down at the end, and they close at a certain time. And then most of these people are ones who don't then want to go to a mobile home facility. They go and park there, and there's been problems of them dumping their sewage on the side of things. So most of it is the people coming from there. There may be a few that are choosing to live there full time, and that is frankly unacceptable. So I don't want to see what's happened down in front of Supervisor Ashu's office coming to our North County area. And so we're trying to address the concerns of our citizens there that we spent quite a bit of time on this. So I appreciate the support for this. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the board that wish to comment on this? Just make a couple of comments myself, and I share the concern that we just are shifting people around. If we don't allow overnight parking in some kind of locations, we need to continue to look for better locations where people can sleep safely in their vehicles and access services so that they may be able to move out of their vehicles into housing. So my hope, though, is that we just continue to focus on affordable housing, that we quickly fill the new homeless director position so that that person can come on board and coalesce the players and the programs and the potential solutions to this issue. Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull on this item since it's been pulled, item number 43 in the consent calendar? I'll need to look for help to see if anyone is either in the audience or on Zoom.
None in the board chambers.
Thank you. Okay.
Actually, someone just walked to the podium.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. In regards to Potrero Road, it's definitely been, knocking people out from one place to the other, and there is nowhere. I mean, if you do the math on how many people need to be served and how many people you're serving, it's not adding up at all. And you can't have an imbalance like that and expect people to just go away. I mean, we're driving people toward death in a lot of instances, and we say we're here to care about people. We have 4 or 5 different departments. We have all these different jurisdictions, and all y'all just every single jurisdiction you don't want to actually help people, and that's really the driving force. I mean, if you look, people from Lapis Road the first time around in 2016. What happened to those folks? Well, they ended up all around the Colonel Durham and Roberts Lake and the Marina Coastal parking lot, Pajaro River. They're everywhere because we're refusing to actually service the people we say we're going to help, and we're using money to do it. There are people there. You have some employees that are just tearing themselves up inside because they can't actually function the way that they're supposed to function. Their mission is supposed to happen. And then we have a different department like law enforcement, and we always have a justification, and it's usually business oriented, tax revenue, how much money you got. Well, if you ain't got none, well, then I'm going to make money off you. And that's just wrong. We can't do that anymore. We shouldn't be doing that anymore. And to block this, having no parking here, no parking there, signs everywhere, signs. But when are we actually going to make our words real? The part that says we're going to care about people and make sure that liberty and justice for all. That's even people who don't have money, I mean, not just for as long as you can afford it, because this isn't the casino life. This is real life. You know, not just on paper. A lot of people are dead on paper, and there's no way they're going to qualify. They can't afford places. They not only need a place to sleep, they need a place to be. That's why you need to stop the sweeps. You need to stop this right now from even, you need to redirect your energy into actually helping
Timer 8
people.
has completed.
Thank you so much, Mr. White. I appreciate your comments. Okay, so there anyone else in chambers or on Zoom who wishes to comment on this consent item? Okay, great. So let's go back then.
I see one hand is raised via Zoom.
Okay. And if you could identify yourself, please, and make your comments. You have 2 minutes beginning now.
Hi, this is Wildfire.
Here we go.
Sorry, my phone has been acting up. What I want to say is there's people over at Chili's from the marina. They are getting run out. A couple of them have been, their health has been down. They're having vehicle problems. It's not fair to promise at the marina that we'll have vehicles fixed, like mine didn't get fixed to pass smog. That's what's happening out there. Promises are being broken. People are being left out there to get sick. I just woke up from a dream where, because I'm in a room, I was put up in a room, but I woke up from a dream where I was getting dragged out of my room. Just literally dragged out of my room, getting kicked out. Couldn't even get my stuff. I woke up in sweat. I woke up at 10:51. Immediately I realized I need to get on Zoom and let them know that even though I'm in a safe place right now, that I'm still having nightmares of what's happening to all of us as a group. We need to do something. You guys need to hold your promises. You need to do more than just look around and then say, oh, well, we looked for months and months, and no, you didn't. You didn't, because there's a way out there. We have so many suggestions. People that are homeless are out there looking for places. We spot them. And as soon as we spot them and bring it to your attention, all of a sudden, oh no, we're developing on that property. So I'm tired of excuses. My friend lost her voice because she's stressed out. She couldn't talk for a few days. You know, her vehicle.
Public comment has completed.
Well, Far, thank you very much for being with us today. And I am so sorry that you're having the dreams that you are. That's pretty devastating. Are there any other members on Zoom that, any other people on Zoom that wish to comment on this item? Are we seeing anyone?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, with that,
consent.
is there a second?
Lopez seconds.
Okay, so that would be to move the consent agenda items 22 to 43 minus item 34, on which we already had a separate vote. Could you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will move forward and we will come to public comments, general public comments, number 11, which are items not on today's agenda. Is there anyone in chambers who is coming forward to comment on any items which are not on today's agenda?
I see one person is coming to the podium.
Okay.
Hi, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union again. On overall issue, I mean, you know, we're still worrying about at least 3,000 people in this county. We're going to do another point in time count. And I mean, there's still sweeps happening everywhere. If we're worried about affordable housing, then already these tents, these vehicles, that's already a form of affordable housing. And the best part is nobody's paying for it other than the people living in them. So there's been a lot of support, mutual aid, help from the community, helping people go around. Specifically Pothole River has been evicted 4 different times since being evicted from December 5 or 14 or whatever day, it ended up being that the county did it. And they're still struggling. And it's like, what are we doing? Because if it wasn't for the help of these other people, there's $10,000, $12,000 already spent, just trying to support people, put them into hotels. There's one guy, he's incontinent in a wheelchair, older man. And he can't qualify for Salvation Army or any of those programs there locally because he's too much of a pain and a problem, and they don't appreciate that because who gets paid to care? They're here to warehouse you, and that's about what ends up happening because there has to be a docile, submissive group of people that are allowed to go in there, and everyone else just dead to the wind, and we just attack them, and that's really the policy that precludes every jurisdiction, including this one. So I guess I can't blame you directly, but still, you shouldn't be doing this because we need to be treating people better. The service that we're coming across, you make excellent business people, but there's lives at stakes here, and you're actually creating yourselves a liability every time. There was so much death this happened this last year, and it's easily preventable, and it's the social ills. We're causing cracks to begin with, and we need to stop doing that.
Public comment has completed.
Thank you, Wes. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else in chambers or anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda?
There is a hand raised, wildfire.
And
yes. Okay, so we lost a member of our community. She overdosed, and I did make a point on that before that happened, that during the holidays, there's not going to be people making it through it. She was an example. And where I'm staying at, there was a suicide hanging, as they're calling it. The guy was not checked on for several days. His brother had to find him, which is not a pretty sight. I don't understand. You keep breaking us up, and then we all go in our own way, and we're all over the city. Businesses are complaining about us, and it wouldn't happen if you would have let us stay as a community, if you would have let us stay in one area. Instead, you're breaking us up, and then we're all over. We're everywhere. And I would look at it as just keep them together so we don't have to deal with them all over different county. It doesn't make sense how you do that. You break up a community in one spot, in one area, and then after that, we're everywhere, getting thrown out and everything. And you're spending money on chasing us instead of putting the money into helping us. You're spending money on the sweeps, and the people you contract to take the stuff away are getting most of the money, a big chunk of the money that's supposed to go to help us homeless. It does not make sense. We need to stop the sweeps. We need to stop breaking up community when they are workable. This young lady that took her own life, she was depending on this community. She was depending on it. And as soon as they broke us up a month later, she's dead. Thank you. She meant a lot to me. I was counseling her. Bella was counseling her. Sylvia was comforting her. We're all trying to give her hope.
Public comment has completed.
Thank you for being with us today again, Wildfire. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, with that, we will move to the scheduled item, first scheduled item of the day, and that is to conduct a public hearing to receive and accept the 2021 annual Carmel Valley Traffic Report on traffic volumes for segments 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 on Carmel Valley Road, pursuant to the 2010 General Plan, Carmel Valley Master Plan. And I believe that we have a presentation from Mr. Randy Ishii today.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. The item before you today is the annual traffic report for Carmel Valley Road pursuant to the Carmel Valley Master Plan. With me today is Chad Alenio, Senior Civil Engineer in charge of the Traffic Engineering Section, and he will be providing today's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Are you with
Good
us,
morning,
Chad?
Chair Adams.
Good
Yes.
morning.
And supervisors. If I may share my screen, I have a presentation for you.
Thank you.
I hope that comes over.
Yep, there it is.
Screen. Great.
Thank you.
As Randy had mentioned, we are presenting to you our annual reporting on traffic volumes in Carmel Valley along Carmel Valley Road in accordance to the policies of the Carmel Valley Master Plan. This presentation will be generally covering the policies that apply, a brief introduction as to the road segments that are being monitored as part of the policy, and to present the results of our monitoring program. Policy CV 2.17 of the Carmel Valley Master Plan, a part of the Monterey County General Plan, has a policy that requires a monitoring of Carmel Valley Road along 13 pre-established segments of the roadway, along with 2 other segments in the mouth of the valley area. As part of this policy, we are required to conduct volume counts, prepare the annual report, and conduct a public hearing should any of the thresholds established under the policies are exceeded. Here's a location map that gives a presentation of the road segments that are being monitored. Starting with segment 1, up on the easterly side of Carmel Valley Road, just beyond the Carmel Valley Village, all the way to Highway 1, with an additional segment along Carmel Rancho Boulevard, which is identified there as segment 11, and 12 and 13, which are segments along Rio Road. I will need to point out in the data that is going to be presented following these slides, you will notice some missing information. Unfortunately, in June of last year, the county was a victim of a crime in which one of our vehicles, our traffic count vehicle, was vandalized, broken into, and some equipment was damaged and taken. Unfortunately, some folks feel that a crime against a government entity may be a victimless crime, but in this case, we are now faced with some missing data, and we are unable to present that to you today. However, we did collect some additional data that we have packaged together to at least provide as much information as we had available. The table before you presents the segments that are being monitored by Public Works. In this case, all 13 segments are displayed along with the corresponding thresholds that are established under the policies of the Carmel Valley Master Plan. The highlighted segments are the 6 required for annual reporting. We do have a 5-year monitoring program that covers everything, but in this case, we'll be focusing on the highlighted segments presented here. One of the things you'll notice is on segment 3, for our 2021 October data, we did exceed the thresholds established, and being so, we are presenting this to you as part of a hearing as required by the policies. Here's a more focused table identifying the segments that we have monitored. In general, the volumes did increase compared to last year. They are still within the thresholds established, but we have seen an increase overall in some of the volumes that we do collect, and I will provide a little bit more information on that in some of the upcoming slides. Following will be a whole bunch of tables that show lots of graphs. In general, we track volumes throughout the past years and have plotted them to review trends in volume. As an example, on segment 1, the dots down below represent the annual data collected for the corresponding year. The line represents the projected growth as identified in the Monterey County General Plan, with the initial data collected when the plan was developed, along with the 2030 forecasts, again, as presented in the general plan. In this example, we can see that the volumes that we are monitoring still fall below the projected growth that has been identified. And if you would bear with me, I will be scrolling through the following tables pretty quickly here. But again, in general, the same format is being presented, data points compared to projected volumes per the general plan. One to note also is this dashed line represents the ADT threshold as established by the master plan policies. This way we can see how we're doing in terms of volume monitored and collected in relation to the projected growth per the plan, as well as the established thresholds per the policies. Another component that we are required to monitor is the percent time spent following. This is an indicator of level of service for the road segments. This applies to our two-lane road segments because this is consistent with current industry standards and practices for determining levels of service for, again, two-lane facilities. In our monitoring of the volume from last year, we noted that for segment 6 in the June data timeframe, as well as segment 7 in the October timeframe, those two segments did exceed the thresholds established for percent time spent following. This data was presented to our Carmel Valley Road Committee on the December 16th, 2021 Road Committee meeting. Comments received from the committee were generally due to unusual societal changes. The data may not be indicative of normal and should be taken temperamentally, and accident info would be helpful. In this case, as we all know, these are unusual times. What we have been seeing in our data collection may be attributed to some of the things that are happening as related to the COVID-19 pandemic, and a shift in a lot of things in how we conduct our daily businesses and just our daily living. Shelter-in-place orders, remote work, distance learning, those have changed a lot of travel patterns for many of us. In situations where somebody may have commuted to a different city for work, now people might be staying closer to home, staying within their communities, potentially just going to lunch close by as opposed to driving further out. There's been a trend for delivery of services and items, online orders, food delivery service like Uber Eats and Grubhub may be influencing some of the travel patterns that we are observing and being captured through our traffic volumes. Not sure if this is affecting why we are seeing increases in volumes, but it certainly could be a factor. And that is something that the road committee did pick up on and wanted to just bring to the board's attention that what we have been reporting aligns with some of the observations some of the committee members have been seeing, where, again, with today's circumstances, travel patterns are different, and again, may not be reflective of the norm that we have been seeing over the past years prior to the shelter-in-place and COVID protocols. So in summary, from the data that we collected, segment 3 of Carmel Valley Road did exceed the thresholds for volume. And for percent time spent following, segment 6 and 7 did also exceed the thresholds for the percent time spent following values, again, as established by our general plan policies through the Carmel Valley Master Plan Policy 2.17. Many of the factors that I mentioned previously may be influencing the data that we've been collecting and observing. However, we will continue to monitor and report out annually per the policies, and we will continue to see if there are any other changes that we may need to start taking a closer look at. This concludes my presentation. Again, we're just reporting on the volumes collected. I am available for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much, Chad. I appreciate it. And I very much appreciated the report when you presented it to the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee as well. Is there any member of the board that has questions or comments on this report?
Move approval.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this report? Seeing none, as I indicated.
I don't see any hands raised on the
Thank you.
attendance list.
Thank you very much. We saw the presentation, this presentation at the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee in December, and I really very much appreciated the report. We have had several fatality accidents on Carmel Valley Road in the last year, and obviously it's of great concern to the local residents. And I agree with the road committee's suggestion that we need to look at some accident data in addition to what we've been presented today. So Chad, can you or Randy, could you guys tell me if that's something that we can do or when we do that, and whether we'll be conducting another speed survey very quickly, very soon, I should say? So the question is can you just tell me when we might have some accident information that we would be able to do a presentation to the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee, and whether we'll be conducting another speed survey in the near future?
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Those are both good questions. Regarding the accident data, there is a time lag between when an incident occurs, when the law enforcement agency of jurisdiction, in more cases than not, the California Highway Patrol, need that time to perform their thorough investigation, and when the reports are made public. With that, we'll have to look into when the state reports their last set of data for this ending calendar year. And we believe that's something that we could be able to bring back to the Road Advisory Committee, probably not until the mid-year point because of the general amount of time that's necessary for, in most cases, for traffic collision reports to be prepared and for the data to be posted. So that's something that we can follow up on and can look into, and it does take time for our partner agencies to complete the reports. So we'll work with your office on when we can have that meeting with the Road Advisory Committee.
Great.
And regarding the second question, could you please repeat that for me?
Yes, if we're going to be doing another speed survey, as you know, it seems like the speed limit on Carmel Valley Road remains a moving target, and whether we'll be doing an additional speed survey at any time soon.
Yes, thank you for that. And the other matter that the Road Advisory Committee also weighed in on was the speeds along Carmel Valley Road. We're currently under their and have used their guidance in doing a pilot set of speeds for this past year. It has gone a little bit longer because of the COVID circumstances that we've had, and that has altered the typical pattern of traffic, the traffic flows and speeds that people would drive. So the data is somewhat skewed. We're waiting for that point where the data is starting to get back to a point of normalcy. So that way we are capturing good, accurate data to represent the speed survey information and to adopt new speeds should they be necessary.
Great. So that'll be later in the year as well.
We'll be bringing things in packages, but yes.
Okay, good. All right. Thanks. And I very much appreciate all of the work that you guys put into this. And I think you know how much the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee appreciates working with you as well. So thank you very much, Randy. And we have a motion on the floor. And is there a second to that? The motion by Alejo to approve. Thank you. Second by Phillips. So So go out, I think I've already taken it out to the public, so then we will just ask if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Aye. And thank you very much for that. With that, we will go on to item number 13. I know we've a bit past noon, but my hope is that we'll be able to complete this and then go forward. So thank you. I see we've got a presentation now by, I think it is by Mr. McKee. And Nick Chulos and Deborah Wilson and Deborah Hopgood, Christy Michi, and Kim Stemler on briefing on COVID-19, including the impacts, action, proposals, and plans to address the issue that we're facing. So this is a briefing and an update.
Madam Chair, thank you. Let me just, if I may start very briefly. We have 3 items we want to cover, as you indicated. The first is a public health update from Dr. Moreno, the county health officer. Then I believe Charles McKee will make some comments about the county's direction, where we're heading in terms of test kit availability. And then we've asked Kim Stemler from the COVID Collaborative to also talk to us about the efforts the collaborative is making in the test kit availability arena. So if Dr. Moreno is on the call, we'd like to turn it over to him for a brief public health update.
Thank you very much. Dr. Moreno.
Supervisor Ed, Chair, Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer. Let's see, I'll start off my update with the situation with on cases here in Monterey County. So first of all, statewide, the case rate appears to be leveling off. But when we look at the Monterey County case rate, it doesn't yet seem to be leveling off. And there are some possible reasons for that. It might be that what we've seen in the past is that Monterey County's data tends to lag the statewide data and the region data by about 2 weeks. We saw that with prior surges. So that might be might partially explain what's going on here when we compare ourselves to the rest of the state. Also, as a reminder, Monterey County did have one of the highest case rates in the state last winter. So there may be some lingering natural immunity among our population. That combined with the fact that more and more people here in Monterey County have been vaccinated and more are becoming fully vaccinated, completing their initial series and getting boosted, that could also contribute to the fact that our case rates are a little bit lower than the state. Hopefully, if we follow the state and the region, we should hopefully see that the cases start to level up as well. Vaccines still serve an important role. It's the most important strategy we have to combat this pandemic, and they're still working. Looking at local data, the case rate among unvaccinated individuals here in Monterey County is 4 times higher than the case rate among vaccinated individuals. Moving on to hospitalizations, statewide and here in Monterey County, we continue to see a high COVID-19 hospital census. And in terms of what we might expect, just again, looking back to prior surges, our hospital rate and hospital census lagged the case rates by about 2 weeks, meaning when we saw a leveling off and a decline in case rates, it took at least a couple of weeks before we really saw a decline in hospital census. So that's what we've seen in the past. That may be what we see in the future, where we do hopefully eventually level off and see a decline. And the vaccines are also protecting against hospitalization. So here in Monterey County, the hospitalization rate among unvaccinated residents is 6 times higher than the hospitalization rate among vaccinated residents. Moving on to data on fatalities, we have California level data, and that shows that the death rate among those that are unvaccinated in California is 17 times higher than the death rate or fatality rate among vaccinated Californians. Again, the vaccine is providing protection for those that are vaccinated. Moving on to vaccinations, I just want to point out that currently the supply of vaccines seems to be meeting the the current demand. That's not always been the case. There's been times where the demand exceeded the vaccine availability, but the vaccine availability appears to be meeting the demand. And our newest eligible population is the children, the pediatric population, and we continue to see some increase in the percentage of children that age who have been vaccinated, and we're seeing about a 1% increase per week in that newly eligible population. We do occasionally get questions about when the under 5 population will be eligible, and as of today, I don't have any information as to when the FDA might authorize vaccine for that group. And then finally, with regards to testing, this is where the demand for testing exceeds the current supply, and that hasn't always been the case. We've had times when the supply and availability exceeds the demand, but now we're in a different situation. The demand is exceeding the supply. So there are several factors that may be contributing to that. One is that the recent changes in CDPH guidance on isolation and quarantine, and changes in Cal OSHA's emergency temporary standards, which provide requirements for employers, have recommended that individuals that are in isolation or in quarantine can test at day 5, which can shorten their isolation and quarantine. So this has increased the demand, particularly among employers and employees looking to test at day 5 to try to shorten their isolation and quarantine so that they can get back to work. And one more contributing factor is probably the fact that the surge itself has increased the demand for both antigen and PCR tests. There has been a slight increase in the turnaround time for PCRs, which I believe have been prompting some individuals who want to know right quicker than that what their test result is. So that's also probably driven up the demand for the over-the-counter antigen test that can be done at home. As a reminder to everyone, there are certain people that really should be testing. This includes residents, Monterey County residents that have symptoms of COVID-19, regardless of your vaccination status. Residents in isolation at day 5, who, if they test negative and they're improving, could leave isolation according to new state guidance. Close contacts to COVID-19 cases can also test at day 5 after their exposure. And of course, anyone who's subject to Cal OSHA emergency temporary standards for testing should be testing as well. And as long as the demand exceeds the supply, the health department will continue to have efforts, strategies to secure our share of the state and federal testing allocations here in California. So we do make those requests when they're made available to us. We also try to increase our existing testing capacity. So we've had a recent increase in demand for testing, and we continue to have 3 OptumServe testing locations in Monterey County. We made a request based on the increase in demand to the California Department of Public Health, and the state did respond to our public health request. So now our 3 locations have increased access to testing for the general public, either through appointments, which is what we prefer, so people can be guaranteed that when they show up, they'll be tested. So these 3 sites include the Sherwood Hall and Seaside, in Salinas, which is now open from 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That starts today. And also Salvation Army in Seaside, which is now open Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the Soledad Library, which is now open Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Starting today. And that is my update.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moreno. And Nick, I'll go back to you. I think you were sort of running this show for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Charles McKee at this point would like to make some comments about the county's efforts in terms of acquiring test kits, and then we'll turn it over to Kim Stemler for an update on what the COVID Collaborative is working on. So, Mr. McKee, if you're available.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chulos, and thank you, Chair Adams. I think to follow on with Dr. Moreno's presentation, I think he covered a lot of important information. And to reiterate, I think the message is that vaccination is still the most important method at this point. We know that the unvaccinated are most impacted. However, with the Omicron variant being so transmissible, it creates a high case numbers overall, and the need for the availability of testing resources among the vaccinated and unvaccinated. And so we, as Dr. Moreno pointed out, we have been working with and receiving supplies for almost 2 years now from the state government directly from them, and we've been distributing them out to the organizations and entities in the county that are designated by the state of California to be receiving those resources. And you want to designate in a priority way to those resources or those areas where they're most needed to address COVID-19. And so we're sending them out to the hospitals, as you could imagine, health clinics, skilled nursing facilities, those kinds of entities that you could most imagine would be in need of receiving these resources. In addition, we know that the state has distributed very recently I think approximately 150,000 tests to Monterey County schools. That doesn't mean that that's the end of it, and we don't need more resources going to our schools and trying to make sure that we can keep them open. But we know that some of those resources have been pushed out by the state of California. We just want to recognize that effort. We also know that the testing supplies have been available at different times for home test kits from our pharmacies, such as CVS, Walgreens, and Costco, and they obviously have huge buying power. But we also know at this point that those supplies are limited. So as Dr. Moreno has mentioned, the supplies over the course of COVID-19 have gone up and down as far as testing supplies, and there have been periods where we've had an excess of supply, and we're trying to encourage entities to take those from us and utilize them before they expire. The testing kits don't have a never-ending shelf life. They have a shelf life that we want to make sure that we get them out. But with as I mentioned, with the Omicron variant, the need for testing has skyrocketed, and we as the county are looking at different ways to try to purchase separately from the state testing supplies that we might be able to push out to some of those organizations that are in need right now. Some of the private schools, potentially some board and care, assisted living facilities, making sure that the homeless shelters, obviously probation and the jail, make sure they have the supplies that they need, because those are kind of key at this point. That said, if we have extras after we've distributed them out to those sources where we think are most important, we would try to distribute them equitably in addition to those places that I mentioned. With that, we also want to recognize that there are PCR tests available, as Dr. Moreno said, and we would encourage people who have a need to seek out those PCR testing sites. The turnaround time has dropped significantly, but we know those are not the same turnaround time as some of the rapid antigen tests. However, we also want to make sure people recognize that the antigen tests are not as accurate as PCR tests, and there might be a time and a need to have that more accurate PCR test, and we want to encourage people to utilize it. And then finally, that, if you are sick, if you feel sick, the best advice is still to stay home, stay away from other people, try to isolate if you can. We know that is challenging in many situations. We know that there are times where people are living in crowded situations, and it's very difficult to isolate. And so, but that is still the best advice if you get sick, whether it's COVID or anything else, whether it's the flu or the cold, just so that we can stop transmission of viruses and disease throughout the community. And I said that was the last thing, but I guess I misspoke. The last thing is I just want to recognize the Community Foundation and the COVID collaborative effort that they've put together. And we're going to try to work with them to see if we can get a economy of scale of buying test kits for Monterey County. We know many entities have agreed to reach out to the COVID collaborative and say if they're going to be interested in buying test kits, and we're going to see if we can use the buying power of the county to help with that effort. And maybe that'll be a significant way of bringing supplies into Monterey County. We know that supplies are limited. We're going to, try and get them in here as fast as we can. But people need to recognize that with the federal government buying, state government buying, pharmacies buying, all the different states doing the same thing, that there is going to be a limited amount of supply coming into Monterey County. With that, I want to thank Kim Stemmerler, who's working with the COVID Collaborative on her efforts to try to coordinate potential buying. And at this point, I would turn it over to her for some comments.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Oops. And then, thank you, Madam Chair and supervisors and everyone else. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Collaborative, which is a multidisciplinary group made up of for-profits, nonprofits, government entities, industry representatives, education, healthcare. It's a plethora of lots of different wonderful people who have come together to help everyone in our county navigate COVID successfully. The collaborative is managed by the Community Foundation for Monterey County that does a great job. And I'm going to also turn part of my presentation over to Dan Baldwin, the CEO. In last week's meeting, the collaborative learned that we didn't have enough testing. So we looked at why we don't have enough testing. One, of course, as we've said, there's been an increased testing demand due to Omicron. Months ago, nobody wanted to get tested. Now, lots of people do. And just so you know, our data from the VITA project that has about 20 clinics in the community, they're all antigen clinics, the numbers keep on going up. As of the last week, 34.5% of all tests were positive. Last week, it was 31.7. At the beginning of January, it was 22.7. So we continue to see a steep incline in the positivity rates. And in the numbers, we are over 9,000 people tested this month. So going back to this, then there are all testing mandates. So lots of people are mandated to get testing. In addition to Omicron, we've got students, we've got workers that have been exposed that may not feel sick that are mandated. And of course, we know about PCR tests, although they are, as Charles had mentioned, they're much more accurate, but they do have a turnaround time of 2 to 4 days, a little bit of a delay. And for somebody that needs to get back to school or work, they need those rapid tests. So the issue is what Charles just mentioned, is around supply chain issues. And we've actually had sites closed down. We've had Lightspeed testing have to close down because they couldn't get supplies. We've had other healthcare clinics have to stop their testing because they didn't get supplies. So the COVID Collaborative decided to put out a blanket request for people that had funds or thought they could get funds to cover tests. So please note, this is not about entities that need tests, because we have a very large population that needs tests. This is only entities that have cash or are pretty close to having cash that can come to the table together. And we looked for 2 tests. We were at home, who wants to buy at home test kits, and then also who wants to buy the Abbott Finex Now rapid antigen test, which you need a CLIA waiver, and that is a medical waiver. And the VITA project has that CLIA waiver, just so you know. So we had 20 entities respond. We came up with a total of 106,824 kits. These included schools and early childhood, healthcare, testing clinics, municipalities, affordable housing, homeless services, faith community. 9 entities are publicly funded to receive insurance reimbursement, and I don't know where the other funding would come from with the other entities. A lot of the faith community and homeless services, they were asking for small amounts, 50 tests. It was really the schools and the testing clinics that were asking for the big numbers. So that's who needs them the most, or that has the resources again. folks that have the resources. So again, there's going to be we have a strong need in the community. 26% of those requests were for the CLIA waived by Next Now rapid antigen test, and 74% were for the at home. So again, I just want to emphasize, these are only those entities that have the money. It does not include the number of residents or organizations that have mandates for testing, the number of residents who don't have a mandate but are sick, and then how that factors into the epidemiological projections of the virus over time and any variant that might come. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Dan Baldwin, the president and CEO of the Community Foundation, and hope that he's here.
Dan, if you can unmute yourself.
Looks like he's on the attendee side.
Huh.
I did just promote him to a panelist. There he is.
Dan, if you are able to unmute yourself.
There we go. I got panelists. I'm sitting at the, I'm not sitting at the card table at Thanksgiving. I'm up here with all of you. All right. Madam Chair, I'd like to thank you and the Board of Supervisors for all of the support that you have provided our community and the COVID Collaborative in particular. The VETA vote in December of 2020 has produced remarkable results for Monterey County, particularly in some of our most vulnerable communities. I also want to throw a quick shout out to Charles and Nick and all your staff in the health department who have been remarkable partners with us as we've tried to go forward. I'm going to be really brief. All I'm going to really do here is just offer the support of the collaborative. To convene a meeting, and this is only if you'll think it's necessary, but we would certainly convene a meeting that would bring together some of these entities so we can really quantify the number of tests that we feel need to be purchased, and then try to source where the funds would come from to do that. So we're happy to convene and help sort all of that out. And then secondly, when the county gets their allotment of tests, and again, this is only if you think it would be useful, the collaborative is happy to partner with county staff on the distribution of those tests beyond the places that Nick and Charles said that would be like the first source of where those tests should go. So that is really all I wanted to add here. I think Kim did a really terrific job. Oh, I need to thank Kim as well for the remarkable job that she has done. And I think people should know what an ambassador she has been to the state of California for how we're doing things in Monterey County. And she's become just an incredible conduit of information and resources between the state health department and all of our local resources. So Madam Chair, that's really all I had this morning. And so I will turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baldwin. Very nice to see you here today. With that, I will go to the board and see if there are any questions or comments from any of our board members. If so, please raise your hand. I see we have Supervisor Rudascu. Wendy? And you need to unmute.
Okay, very good. Yep, unmuting all the things. Okay, bear with me here as I get my notes back up on the screen, move my camera around. Okay, I just want to thank my colleagues and the county staff for submitting the letter that we sent last week to the state urging additional supply for Monterey County. I'm so grateful. The collaborative, the COVID collaborative, Kim, Dan, the team that you've pulled together has just been amazing, and I give so much credit. So I just want to take this chance to just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And this organization to order additional testing, I think that the county, there's definitely a role for the county to play in making a purchase as well. And I'm hoping that we can maybe have some discussion about that with my colleagues here this morning. From what I hear and what I see, we do have 30,000 children still in Monterey County who haven't yet had the opportunity to be vaccinated. So as we think about the priority demographics that really need ongoing testing, for those families that are trying to keep their babies safe, having access to some level of surveillance testing is absolutely critical. And so I don't know, Kim, if First Five has been consulted or if they're a part of the group that's been responding, or if you have additional information about organizations that have need but don't have resources to make purchases. As we consider what role the county can play, I think that that's an important bit of information for us to know. We don't have a timeline for when those babies are going to get vaccinated either. So that's for me, that's something we need to continue to prioritize. 60% of our Black residents in Monterey County remain unvaccinated and in need of ongoing surveillance testing. I continue to hear phone calls requesting rapid tests for churches so that their membership can get tested before they enter services on Sunday. I think that we have just a shared commitment when we talk about equity and ensuring that everyone is safe and healthy to ensure that we have enough surveillance testing available for those communities that really are on ongoing risk. I've been getting phone calls from homeless shelters saying that they urgently need access to rapid testing to be able to admit new clients into the shelter. They're desperate. They don't, they're putting in their Mohawk requests and they're not being filled to the supply that they need. I'm hearing from pediatric offices, local pediatricians who can't get access to testing to test their patients when they're coming into the office. We have personal calls from people who have loved ones in congregate care or care facilities. And while there are sufficient tests in those care facilities, they don't have additional testing to make available to loved ones who require a negative test in order to visit their loved one. So I just want to make sure that as we think about both from the COVID collaborative ordering side, as well as the opportunity for the county to commit dollars, that we are not just simply thinking about those traditional groups that we've been supplying through the Mohawk, but really thinking intentionally about the groups of people that may not otherwise be a part of that process currently. Our schools, you know, I was texting with the superintendent here on the peninsula, and they're purchasing tests to supplement what the state is providing, but even that doesn't allow them any longer to have sufficient supply to be testing beyond the students and parents. So whereas in the past they were able to provide a test for a parent of an exposed or positive student, they no longer have supply sufficient to do that. Even with the expenditures that they're making individually to purchase tests. For me, I get it, right? I was hopeful that that the vaccinations would come through. We'd get everyone vaccinated. We could take our masks off, and we didn't have to worry about anything anymore. And I think what has become abundantly clear is that that's not exactly the situation anymore. And so, for me and in this conversation and in our thinking, I think it's not just about getting through the Omicron surge, but it's about how we're planning and being really intentional about being prepared for whatever comes next. To that point, this wasn't part of the conversation today, but I am deeply concerned that our funding for VITA is going to be ending. And I think that that's a conversation that we need to be having as a board as well. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues, but I would strongly be in support of having the county commit up to $1 million in funding to support ongoing purchase of COVID tests in partnership and with the guidance of our health officials to ensure that there is sufficient supply for those organizations and public serving agencies that don't otherwise have resources to be able to purchase tests specific to the populations that we know are at highest risk.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Alejo.
That was the motion on this. But I also wanted to express support for this. We know that testing is in short supply. I just want to be clear that the $1 million is up to what we need. And so we could purchase as we need, and that we know we have a plan that we could distribute fairly quickly. We don't want to avoid, we want to avoid purchasing and that these test kits would expire in a few weeks, and then we would not I think that wouldn't be a good use of scarce resources. So I'm supportive of this. I want to express my ongoing support for VITA. I think they've been a real lifesaver, having the rotating rapid testing throughout the county. They've been total professionals. They have done it in less than 10 minutes. And they move around the county to be equitable in providing regular access to residents who really want to not have to wait for an appointment or sign up electronically. They just show up. There's a one-page form. They get tested and they get the result within just a few minutes. So it's really a model. And I've utilized it, but I've been able to stand there to see others utilize it. It's really appreciated by the community. So I want to express my ongoing support for that and making sure that they have those resources to continue their work. And just on the other partners, I want to make sure that we're communicating with their school districts to not replicate efforts that they're doing, because I know they're also quickly trying to get more test kits to give to parents and to their students. And so I want to be supportive of those efforts, but I also want to make sure that we're collaborating with them and making sure that we have a plan where everybody's on the same page. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And now we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just want to, state my support as well. I think it's necessary for us to do all we can to get additional tests into the community. The need is widespread. It's in every corner of our communities today, even some where we haven't heard their voices yet because it is challenging to get out to the corners in which they live. For me, the amount question, I think, starting with the $500,000 and then two additional $250,000 tranches makes sense to me, but I'm going to leave that to the professionals at the table after the conversation. But I think that sort of a mentality is the approach we're looking for as a board to make sure that we don't end up with a glut on hand if the surge ends and then we have a ton in storage. So making sure that we're reasonable in the approach for the timelines on delivery is critically important to me. And so asking for that, I think, would be a good piece of the conversation, Dan, as you hopefully pull together the table that you talked about with all the partners to have the conversation about what's possible. But again, wholeheartedly support that and just want to continue to thank all of those people on the front line, from our VITA workers, even those folks helping to run Project Oasis down in King City. It's that service to the community, which right now is so critically needed, even at a time when those people providing the service are getting sick as well due to the length of the spread that this particular surge is seeing. So just want to thank everybody for your continued work, efforts, and being reactive and responsive to our community's need with compassion and care.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks very much. And of course, I just have the same feeling. Of course, I just thank the collaborative so much. And it's been a real feat and pull together the right team to be able to get done what needed to be done. It's a model across the nation, I would expect, in so many ways. So thank you so much for that. I too am concerned about making sure that we spend our money wisely and that we work in concert with others so that we can get the most cost-effective test kits that we can, and that they get out to all parts of the county. I am concerned, I said this earlier today, that I'm concerned that just normal people who aren't part of any kind of program, normal is an odd word to use, but people who are not engaged with any kind of program know where they can go to get a rapid test. So that I'll use myself as an example. I was exposed and couldn't get a rapid test. The stores didn't have any anymore, so we're having our meeting today remotely. And I appreciate and apologize for the incommodious kind of ways that we're having to do this, but I appreciate the work that the collaborative has done, because it's really important to all of us. So with that, I'm going to go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment or have any questions on this project, on this item rather. Is there anyone in chambers?
Chair, I do see a hand raised under attendees.
Thank you. And
this is Barbara Meister.
Barbara Meister, yes. Barbara, hi. If you've got 2 minutes to make your comments, Thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Barbara Meister, the Public Affairs Director for the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And as Kim mentioned, we are one of those places that is mandating testing. In this case, it's of our visitors. You know, visitors are what fuel our economy, at least the second largest industry here in the county. And since November, we've been requiring that visitors show proof of vaccination or a negative test within 24 hours before they can enter. And we have been in partnership with Lightspeed Testing to provide that on-site testing for anybody who isn't prepared when they arrive to meet our requirements. So getting a test within 20, 30 minutes, allowing that visitor to either go home if they're sick, and we've caught a few positives that way, or enter into the aquarium keeps our staff safe, keeps all of our visitors safe, and in turn keeps the local community safe. And our site's also been used by Cannery Row employees and the local community. That week right after the holidays, we were inundated with people from the community. We had a peak day of about 280 tests. About 1/3 were positive. We then had to begin rationing, or Lightspeed began rationing their supplies. We had to say, okay, tests are only for people with a ticket that are planning to go into the aquarium. Well, some people were so desperate they bought tickets, not with any intent to go to the aquarium, but just to access testing. And so we very much recognize there are other people ahead of us in terms of workers in healthcare, education, agriculture, nursing homes that have a greater need for those tests, higher priority. However, I'd like to, and I very much appreciate the efforts you're making today and the collaborative as well to increase the supply of rapid antigen tests. It's key to making our operation go every day. Particularly key to keeping all of us healthy and safe. So thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts on this regard.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Nice to have you with us today. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak?
I don't see any other hands raised under attendees. I do see one under panelist.
Yes, I see Kim. I didn't know if that was a legacy or a fresh.
No, it's fresh, Madam Chair. I wanted to mention that in partnership with UC Berkeley and VNA, the VITA project and the COVID Collaborative will start a mobile testing and vaccine clinic in February. And our focus is on underserved communities. We'll go to a lot of schools. So we're very excited about that. We just want you to know that we're going to be out there. We'll have pediatric vaccines, we'll have boosters, we'll be reaching out to the community. So it's very positive. Wish we would have had it a year ago, and we've got it now.
Thank you. That's really encouraging news. Okay, with that, I'm going to bring it back and to entertain a motion to receive the report. And I don't know whether we're going to take action as far as the Supervisor Rudescu.
Yeah, I believe I have a motion on the table to expend up to, or to allocate, authorize county staff to expend up to $1 million for the purchase of COVID tests to be made available in accordance to Health Department guidance.
I'll second.
Thank you. And that's second by Alejo. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes.
before you go, yeah, so I think we appreciate some identification of funding source on that, or else we didn't need to bring that back. At this point, you know, I think the most obvious and available funding source is the cannabis fund. I may have the name wrong, but that would be the most obvious funding source at this time.
I'm comfortable with cannabis as a recommended funding source. However, I also think that our ARPA dollars that we have available moving forward, that this would be an appropriate expenditure, although it would require us to rethink the pots that we've allocated that into. So either one, based on your recommendation, Charles, works for me.
Agreed. Thank you.
So are you going to make that decision now, Mr. McKee?
No, I think that'd be better left as we confer with our budget staff and the most appropriate source to make this happen.
Okay, thank you very much then. We have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Rudescu, second by Luis Alejo. Could you please call the roll?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. That motion passes. And with that, we are going to recess back into closed session and then reconvene out here in public at 1:30. Thank you so much.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, if I might, just one concluding comment. Just want to remind the public that if they go to covidtest.gov, they can order up to four free at-home rapid antigen tests, just so the public's aware of that.
Also want to ensure that everybody understands, though, it is just one per address. It isn't
That's
even one
correct.
per household. It's one per address.
And there are 4 tests in that shipment. So thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much. So again, we're going to recess back into closed session, reconvene in the public at 1:30. Thank you all. Thanks very much to the collaborative for a great presentation. And we'll see you in about an hour and 45 minutes. Eat fast, talk quickly. Thanks. Bye. See you in a little bit.
they're in use. Yeah, so usually you create them out of the existing. Two new ADUs going in. One is going in inside the house, and one is being a separate attached. Yeah.
Just checking to see how many supervisors we have here. 3. I don't know if Supervisor Phillips has joined us yet.
Hi, Chair. I don't see him in the panelist list.
Okay, and I think Supervisor Rudascu indicated she would need just a few minutes. So, do we have Charles and Les with us yet? They usually don't let me go forward without them.
We're here, Chair.
Very good. Okay, so we have 3 of us. I'm not sure where my other 2 colleagues are. I thank everyone for being so patient with the timing on today's meeting. And I see we have Supervisor Root Askew with us. So why don't we go ahead and we will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for January 25th, 2022. And we will start with an additional item that we have added to the board, which is item number 13.1, which is to adopt a resolution to accept a grant from the Natividad Medical Foundation in the amount of $1 million. And it is for proposed improvements to 3 distinct exterior areas on the grounds of Natividad Medical Center, and to authorize the interim chief executive officer or his designate to execute a grant agreement with Natividad Medical Foundation in the amount of $1 million, inclusive of $18,560.66 in-kind support in the form of architectural services already rendered by the foundation for the improvements in substantially the same form which was presented to the board without significant change to its content. So I'm very excited about this item. And as I indicated, this was item 21 on consent, and we moved it to this new item. I think this item is amazing in so many ways. Rarely do we ever have an opportunity where we sit to see such a display of love and respect for someone's mother. And we, as a county and all of the people therein, and Natividad Medical Center itself really benefit from that love and respect. And we are so very grateful. And I understand that we are going to have a presentation today, and I believe Dr. Harris is with us, and I would turn it over to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board and the public. I just want to say thank you again for considering accepting this $1 million grant from the Natividad Foundation, the 501c3 that supports the hospital. You know, we don't typically schedule and present proposed agreements with this board, but we were really excited about this opportunity and wanted to, share it with the board and the public and bring it forward. This is the biggest donation from an individual ever for the hospital. And it honors the life of Nora Dowd, a previous county employee and a Natividad mental health unit nurse. Jennifer Williams, the CEO of the foundation, and Andrea Rosenberg, the assistant administrator from Natividad, have joined us, and I'd like to hand it over to them to provide some more details about this fantastic opportunity and the logistics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. We'll turn it over to Ms. Rosenberg and Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, and thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am so honored to be here today to share more with you about this $1 million gift to Natividad Foundation that memorializes the life of Nora Dowd. Well, leaders on the board of the Natividad Foundations like John Dorigo, who is also with Dorigo, California, and founded the Agricultural Leadership Council, which has now raised over $4 million for Natividad, said, "We set out to achieve a new model for giving more than a decade ago. This gift and the naming of the mental health unit after Mrs. Dowd again demonstrates that there is a new standard for giving to Natividad." Mrs. Dowd was a nurse at Natividad from 1966 to 1996. She cared for patients at the mental health unit. In 1927, when she was 8 years old, she immigrated to the US from Ireland. In 1939, the World's Fair was in New York, and she met her future husband, Thomas Dowd. In 1940, they were married before moving to San Francisco, where they raised 3 sons, Edward, Thomas, and James. In 1952, the family moved to Salinas. Nora went on to graduate as a nurse from Hartnell. She was an active member of Sacred Heart and volunteered with many organizations that benefited children and families. After childhood in Salinas, 4 years of service in the Air Force, and earning a Bachelor of Science degree from Santa Clara University, our donor and Nora's son, Edward M. Dowd, went on to establish a successful investment real estate career. He is delighted to have the opportunity to give back to Salinas with this gift that celebrates the life of his mother. I'll invite Andrea Rosenberg from Natividad to share some details about the capital improvements that will be able to be possible with this gift.
Thank you, Jennifer. This is so exciting for the hospital to be able to receive such a grant. This grant will allow for improvements to 3 different exterior areas of the hospital, as Chair Adams had described in the subject of our report. I'd like to go into them just into a little bit more detail. The first is the healing garden of the mental health unit. And that is a space that is visible from the TV lounge area in the mental health unit. It is not a space that can be accessed by the patients, but it'll be a space that the patients can really enjoy while they're watching TV or just sitting in that lounge area. The second area is the healing atrium of the mental health unit. And that is an outside space that actually can be utilized by the patients. Currently, patients will go out there to get some exercise, to be able to get some fresh air, and there'll be some sprucing up and some nice enhancements into that space. And the last area that will be more widely used is the main lobby courtyard space. And that is that's more affectionately known at the hospital as the fishbowl area that you can see when you come into the main entrance or the outpatient entrance. This space will be able to be utilized by not only patients and visitors, but staff as well. So that will get some significant improvements. These 3 areas comprise about 7,400 square feet of space, and we're real excited to see those improvements occur. So we presented this report actually a week ago today to the Capital Improvement Committee, and we really appreciate the enthusiastic support that we received during that committee meeting. After the CIC meeting, we received some additional guidance from the county budget office that this report would actually not need to go to the budget committee as mentioned in our staff report, as we are not requesting an appropriation. So we greatly appreciate your consideration today. And with that note, I'm going to turn it back to Jennifer to wrap up our presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosenberg.
Thank you. Ed Dowd is somebody who likes to see his philanthropic investments make changes that wouldn't be possible without a large infusion of cash. Natividad is the place where he can see that change happen. He said, "This gift in memory of my mother allows me to make sure that her legacy of love and caring is continued at Natividad. Philanthropy is what allows him to bring healing to every patient, visitor, and staff member at Natividad through beauty and the kind of gentle concern and care that his mother had. We are thrilled at Natividad Foundation to be able to partner with him to bring special healing places to our public hospital." Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your remarks. And I will go back to my board to see if there's anyone who has any questions or comments. Now I've lost everyone. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
There's a couple raised there.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I really apologize. I'm trying everything to.
You want us just to jump in here?
Yes, please just jump in.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Chris.
I just want to thank everybody who made this gift possible. You know, we're dealing with a time in our community and throughout our country where behavioral health is becoming a larger issue, and this particular donation is going to provide joy and relief for those struggling. I'm proud to be on the board of trustees, and this is just one of those wonderful collaborations with the foundation, who always plays such a critical role in each decision that we make at Natividad to make sure that the community is put first. This particular gift is putting the community first in a unique way, where often it's hard to expend dollars in a way like this without that direct infusion of cash. So to the Dowd family, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible for our residents who need joy in their life. And this is just such a special way to make that happen, and in wonderful memory of your mother. So thank you so much. And thank you to all the partners who helped make today possible. And at the appropriate time, I'd love to make the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I'll go to Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. And just personally, on behalf of the residents and, you know, those of us who get care at Natividad, I delivered my son at Natividad, got my COVID vaccination at Natividad, and have utilized Natividad for other healthcare services. And the the fear and anxiety that you experience going into a healthcare facility, especially when you're there to receive services for mental health care or other very personal and emotionally charged topics or issues. The architecture and the design that you experience is one signal that you have that tells you whether or not you're going to be cared for, not just your physical health when you enter a facility, but it gives you the signal that you are safe here, you can trust us, and we are here to care for your whole person and your whole being. And all of our residents in Monterey County, all of our moms who are delivering babies, all of our individuals who are in need of more intensive mental health support deserve to be cared for with that kind of love and compassion and just fundamental place of being safe and cared for on every level. And I just want to say thank you again on behalf of everyone, and really appreciate the way in which our community has loved Natividad. And to your mom, to Mr. Dad's mom, who worked for our county, thank you for her service. And I can't wait to get out and see the improvements as they're made. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Radasky. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to the comments by my colleagues. I think we all know that Natividad provides high quality healthcare with some really dedicated employees, nurses, doctors, administrators, other staff. But it's also important in a hospital that really serves working families that they also feel that the investments are happening at their hospital, that it's aesthetics, that it's beauty, that it's appearance, that the community, as they drive by East Laurel each day, and off of Constitution, that they see a hospital that really shows investment and wants to give all their clients a high quality appearance along with the service. So I'm really excited. I'm also very grateful for this contribution and want to thank the family and the foundation for bringing this forward. And I'd like to second Supervisor Lopez's motion at the right time, as this is hospitals in District 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, and you're on mute.
It's kind of in some ways appropriate that we're adjourning the board in memory of Barbara Shipnuck, because if you remember back, well, a lot of you weren't around then, but if you remember back then, the Natividad Hospital was just a mess. I mean, the old hospital was, and there was a big movement. Everybody was getting out of the hospital business, and there was a big movement to close down Natividad and not build the new hospital. And it was Barbara Shipnuck and Sam Karras who really pushed against most of us who were saying, well, we ought to get out of the hospital business. We just can't afford it. So this just shows how far we've come and what a grand facility it is with great doctors and nurses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Phillips. And I just will conclude the comments by saying how much I just really appreciate the facilitation that the foundation is providing to make this gift easily accepted. And to the Dowd family, just sincere thank you. And what a wonderful mom you must have had to be able to raise such wonderful and thoughtful children. So with that, I'll go to the public and see if there's anyone who wishes to make any comment. And I'm relying on Semi to tell me if there's anyone out there.
I don't see any hands raised under attendees.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, then we have a motion from Supervisor Radasky. Forgive me, Supervisor Lopez, and a second from Supervisor Alejo. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you so very much once again. And with that, we will move forward and we will go to item number 14, which is to introduce, waive reading, and set February 8th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 7.80 of the Monterey County Code to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products and single-use electronic cigarettes, and to provide direction to staff as appropriate. And at this point, we have a presentation from Michelle House, the Health Program Coordinator. Ms. House?
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, members of the public. Elsa Jimenez, Director of Health. If you will indulge me, I'd like to make some opening comments before I hand it over to Michelle House, my colleague, and Marina Pacheco, our Deputy County Counsel. So on January 11th, Michelle House did provide a presentation to your Board of Supervisors and to the public on the dangers of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes to youth. As was presented on that date, the industry targets youth with sweet and fruit flavored products and with easy to conceal modern electronic devices. The data clearly indicates youth who smoke are in danger of damaging their developing brain, developing a nicotine addiction, and reduced lung function and growth. On January 11th, your board provided direction to staff to draft an ordinance banning the sale of flavored tobacco products and single-use electronic cigarettes in order to reduce youth access to tobacco products and ameliorate the effects of single-use electronic cigarettes on the board. And so here today, we are here to present to you that draft ordinance. So I'll hand it over to my colleague, Michelle House.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez.
Thank you, Elsa. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, community. I'm going to share my screen, so give me just a moment. So good afternoon. Our goal today is to share a few slides on what is changing and what remains the same based on the draft tobacco retail licensing ordinance. So as the current draft is shown, it bans retailers from selling flavored tobacco products in our unincorporated area of Monterey County. It bans retailers from selling single-use electronic cigarettes and creates an exception to any FDA-approved aid or device for smoking cessation. What would remain the same is retailers would be able to continue selling any refillable e-cigarette, and as mentioned before, of course, any FDA-approved device or aid for smoking cessation would be also available to community members. I would like to make a particular distinction between what is FDA approved versus what is authorized. So the FDA does not approve tobacco products. They regulate tobacco products based on public health standards that consider the product's risk to the population as a whole. And to legally or distribute a new product in the United States, any manufacturer must receive a written order from the FDA to bring a tobacco product to market. A marketing order does not indicate or give notice that the tobacco product is either safe or approved. What it means is that manufacturer, in particular, whatever manufacturer has moved forward, has complied with the requirement under the law to bring this product to market. So for example, in October of 2021, the FDA authorized the marketing of Boost Solo closed system e-cigarettes and the flavored cartridges. So with regards to how the fines are currently written within our existing tobacco retail licensing ordinance, the fines for any kind of violation of any chapter of 7.80 of the Monterey County Tobacco Retail Licensing Ordinance, whether you sell to a minor or whether you are selling tobacco without an existing license, the fines are as such. First offense, $1,000. Second offense, $5,000. My colleague Marina Pacheco would like to add a few items with regards to this slide. So Marina.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I just wanted to take a chance to highlight for you other enforcement mechanisms that already exist in our ordinance, and that is potential prosecution by the district attorney for a misdemeanor or infraction. Violations can also be considered a public nuisance. There's also administrative enforcement via license suspensions or revocations, and potential assessment of fines, as this slide demonstrates, for violating any portion of the chapter.
Thank you, Marina. So in closing, the intent of the tobacco retail licensing ordinance and this amendment is to reduce youth access to tobacco products and keep our youth from initiating a lifelong addiction. So we thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And I will see if there are questions or comments from the board, and I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I had looked at the language that got posted on with the agenda last Friday, and it seemed that two of the issues hadn't been addressed in the motion that we had approved the last time this came up 2 weeks ago. And one was the issue of the fines. And so if you could just clarify whether staff feel the $1,000 fine for the first offense is sufficient, or whether that should be increased after several years of enforcement. And also staff was supposed to bring today how many enforcement actions have there been in the last 1, 2, 3 years. You didn't have the data last time, and staff said that they would present, so we can know how many retailers were either cited or given warning letters. I had specifically made that request. And then the last issue was just the language on what the FDA, and this is what I said less harm last time, but I think the proper terminology is modified risk tobacco product, because these are approved, not only in terms of the approval from the FDA, but even to market these products, the FDA has a certain strict regulations on it. And this is from the FDA's website. It says tobacco companies must, this is regarding the modified risk tobacco products. Tobacco companies must now first demonstrate to the FDA that a proposed MRTP, which is the modified risk tobacco product, will or is expected to benefit the health of U.S. population as a whole, including adults and children, tobacco users and non-users. As an example, the MRTP can benefit population health when data show consumers who currently use a more harmful product like cigarettes are likely to completely replace their cigarette use with the MRTP, and the marketing of the MRTP would not make non-users of tobacco products more likely to start using them. And they also go on to show that it includes both adults and youth. So this is that other line of quote unquote less harm products that I was referring to, that even the FDA has recognized that these products help people who use these combustible cigarettes to use these products that are less harmful. And so I want to get clarification of staff whether the language would exclude these particular line of products, which is a narrow list from what I understand.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I'm hearing 3 questions. So the first question, if you could please remind me, I did hear what you said about data, and my apologies, because I was not aware that I needed to publicly come back and share the data. So my apologies that I did not hear that as part of the motion. Then can you repeat?
I think your comments last week, you said you didn't have that, but we could bring it to you. And I said, and I had followed up with saying, okay, maybe for the next time we meet, if staff could provide that data. It was specifically requested if you check the video. But the first question was whether the fine, if the staff recommendation is if they believe the $1,000 fine for the first offense is sufficient. And then second was just trying to get the data so we could just kind of have a picture of the enforcement actions that have taken place in our county in the unincorporated or cities in Monterey County.
Okay, so let's the second piece, I did respond to your office with an email, and I don't know if you received that with some information that I did, but let's talk about that after the first and third question. So with regards to the fines, I would say we are, as other counties, we are right in the similar formula of how the fines are written. So I would say I would actually ask for guidance whether you, Supervisor Alejo, and others felt it was time to increase that. It has been many years since this ordinance was first written. So again, when we compare ourselves to some counties, we are exactly the same. And to others, I'm sure we are above and below the way the fines are written. So I would actually put it back to you to say your thoughts. Second, I am pleased to respond through email all of basically the enforcement activities that have happened in the last few years with our Monterey County Sheriff's Department. I did, as I said, shared with your office what had happened within the last year. Again, I do not have it with me at this moment, but I'm happy to share to all of the board an email that will break down the last few years. So I can bring that to you, and I will do it through email to all of the board. With regards to the FDA, that's, I think what I'm hearing you say again is that you feel that this device, perhaps, I'm not sure which, if it's a device in particular, or if you're just saying in any device that is approved by the FDA as a basically approved cessation device, that we would have it within the ordinance, we would. I cannot speak to anything for cessation other than what would be approved by the FDA. Marina, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I just would like to add that this draft ordinance only bans flavors and single-use e-cigarettes. So that does not include refillable electronic cigarettes. If someone wanted to purchase those, retailers would, under this draft ordinance, still be able to sell those devices that are refillable.
And they would be able to use those as they saw fit.
So Ms. Pacheco, what I just want to get clarity, because once we draft it and it gets put into print, it gets double read. I want to make sure we have the language right, that it's intent to not prohibit the sale of these modified risk tobacco products. And I'm using the FDA's actual language. If staff go to that website, that's what I'm referring to. So I'm hoping staff could just clarify that these products will not be included in this proposed ban. That was the original intent of my referral.
And I apologize, Supervisor, I don't know, nor do I have it handy, the list of these products that you're referencing of modified risk tobacco products. So that is something we would have to just look into, but we're here to take direction, of course.
So yeah, I'm confused about this as well, because you were using the term harm reduction at the last meeting, and that I think maybe you're talking about the same thing. That means e-cigarettes, and those are not cessation products because they just switch from one form of nicotine to another. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about not having any flavored tobacco products in Monterey County. And the reason, I think, has been explained quite clearly, that 4 out of kids who smoke started with flavored products. That's what my understanding is, that's what the focus of this ordinance is. So I don't mean to be difficult, Luis, but I'm just having a difficult time understanding what it is that you're saying. Maybe it's this exposure to COVID that is making me. But at any rate, I don't quite get what it is that you're asking for here. I mean, this is trying to put a ban on not stopping kids from getting hooked on tobacco and through banning flavored tobacco products. So when you talk about, the term that you're using, I don't know what that means, I guess is the best way. If you could explain that. I think Michelle said the same thing. Give you some examples of what you're talking about.
Well, staff doesn't seem, I brought this up last week and I referred to what it was, and it seems staff that didn't do any research on these other lines of products that help people who are traditional cigarette users to break away from those habits. And the FDA only approves these products if they can prove through data that they do in fact do not encourage non-users, adults or youth, to start using them, and they also show that a reduction in use of combustible cigarettes. So these are like new lines of products, and I just referred to it. I referred to the data. I mean, to the terminology. I referred to the FDA website. I'm not an expert on these products, but these were products that were not intended to be part of the original referral. And I just want to make sure that when we draft language of this ordinance, that we're clear that these will be excluded. And it seems it's a pretty easy, there's simple language that we can include to exclude these, as there's a federal code that refers to these limited products that have been FDA approved for this particular use.
When Supervisor Rudowski, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm just trying to think through like what the right place is. I appreciate the information that came back. I was actually very interested. I think it's interested in understanding what the enforcement situation is. And so maybe there is a need for some additional data for the board so that we can be really clear. The fines, I'm not opposed to increasing the fines, but increasing the fines without understanding how they're currently being utilized and what the current enforcement strategies are, how effective they've been. I know that I'm interested in having some conversation and understanding how we can have enforcement move into environmental health away from the sheriff's office to have more control over ensuring that enforcement is happening. I haven't seen any of that data. So if the question, part of the question is asking us to increase the fines, I do need that information to be able to make an affirmative, supportive position on that. And then in regards to Supervisor Alejo's comments, I'm not completely clear on what he's referencing, but I would agree that there may be a difference between something that's FDA approved for cessation versus this broader conversation about harm reduction and the way in which e-cigarettes have been used as a harm reduction strategy for some individuals to switch away from smoking cigarettes into smoking an electronic cigarette, which from what I understand and have read, there are some harm reduction benefits to that. I think that I would also support the idea of not wanting to outright ban strategies towards harm reduction, but I don't believe that's what is being proposed. I think that the only thing that we're putting into this ordinance, unless I'm missing something, Supervisor, is the elimination of the single-use electronic cigarettes, which I think represent more harm than harm reduction. So if someone is looking to use e-cigarettes for harm reduction to stop smoking traditional cigarettes, they're not going to be purchasing single-use cigarettes. So I guess I'm trying to understand what Supervisor Alejo is saying, because I think I'm aligned and agree. I don't want to prevent or eliminate the harm reduction options, even if they are not specifically FDA approved cessation strategies. But I don't think that that's what's being written in here, but I would love someone from the health department to be really clear in response to that.
So I'll go to Elsa. Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate the questions. I think what Supervisor Alejo is referring to is a new modified cigarette, which is actually a combustible cigarette that has been VLN Menthol King, which does tend to have lower levels of nicotine, and it's really kind of that step down approach from being addicted. Now, as has been articulated by a few of the board members, the ordinance before you today is to completely ban flavored cigarettes. I don't think there's a question about that. And single use. So there, multiple usage e-cigarettes will still be available on the market. The oils that go in them will still be available except for flavored oils. And so I don't think that this ordinance prohibits the retail availability of any other FDA authorized products except for flavored and single use.
You're getting nods both from County Council and from myself as well. So is there any more comment on this? I think, Elsie, you've just described it very clearly.
Yeah, I think what we're just trying to get clarity on, and it was making sure that these products or this ordinance does not apply to those products that have received an order from the FDA under section 21 USC 387. That would be these products that receive this specific type of order as these harm reduction products is under that particular code. I think that would provide the clarity in the ordinance.
Chair, if I could just comment briefly. So in the statute that Supervisor Alejo cites, the FDA refers to tobacco cessation products, and then there's a separate category of products called the modified risk products. And the modified risk product is, let me see, I've got it in front of me here. Is designed to, let's see, significantly reduce harm and the risk of tobacco-related disease to individual tobacco users and benefit the health of the population as a whole, taking into account both users of tobacco products and persons who do not currently use tobacco products. So cessation products are different than the modified risk products. And I don't know if single-use electronic cigarettes represent a modified risk product or not. That would be a question somebody smarter than me would have to answer.
But they definitely are not cessation products. So I'm not sure what we're even talking about if we know that. It
Well,
seems
I think Supervisor Alejo wants to include modified risk products as an exception to the ban for the health and benefit of people that use tobacco. Is that correct, Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, that's the intent. And as you rightly pointed out the language, in order for these products to get approved by the FDA, they have to show that they do not encourage non-users to use these kinds of products and that they actually help people who are users to be able to reduce or break away from use of traditional cigarettes.
So are you asking Supervisor Alejo that language, I'm sorry to interrupt, sorry.
No, go ahead. This is frustrating.
So are you asking Supervisor Alejo that a statement to that effect be included, added to the ordinance? And do you have the ordinance and can you suggest where you would include that statement?
I think less, and I just read the code section. So if it just said it doesn't apply to products that received an order from the FDA under 21 USC section 387, that would apply to this limited scope of products.
I think what we would do, Supervisor, it's 387K. We would list the specific subsection.
Yes.
And there's another description. A modified risk product means any tobacco product that is sold or distributed for use to reduce harm or the risk of tobacco-related disease associated with commercially marketed tobacco products. So that's the definition of a modified risk tobacco product.
So could that include flavored tobacco products?
It could. It's any tobacco product. But the
Oh, it's not any tobacco product. It's a very limited list of tobacco products that have been approved by the FDA under this particular section. So it's not just any flavored tobacco.
No, that's correct, but it could include a flavored tobacco product if it's approved by the FDA as a modified risk product.
Right.
Therefore, then we would be completely negating what it is that we're attempting to do, which is stop the sale of flavored tobacco products in Monterey County. If we add that in.
No, it's not. It's banning the type of tobaccos that have been the problem and that have been targeting youth, that have been discussion of a lot of legislation. This is a separate line of more recent products that have proven to help people reduce tobacco use and does not encourage non-users from start using them.
I thought I heard Les say that it could include flavored tobaccos.
It could, but I don't know if it does, but there are two definitions in the ordinance, a definition of a flavored tobacco product and a definition of a single-use electronic cigarette. And if the board wanted to include an exclusion for modified risk tobacco products, we would state that specifically in the definitions, that the definition does not include any modified risk tobacco product as approved by the FDA pursuant to, section XYZ.
Could we add that would accept for any flavored tobacco product?
If you wanted to completely ban any flavored tobacco product, whether modified risk or otherwise, you wouldn't change the definition of flavored tobacco product. You just leave it as is.
Exactly. Thank you. Wendy?
Yeah, thank you. So I just looked up this modified, I'm not familiar with this, so the modified MRTF applications, and it looks like as of 2021, there are 14 modified risk granted orders, one of which it clearly indicates menthol, as some sort of menthol product, which has been included in this modified risk tobacco product application granted, a modified risk granted order. I'm not saying that there are many, 14 total applications. I appreciate the chance to look into this a little bit more. I think at this point, I'm comfortable moving forward with the ordinance as is. And if at some point moving forward, we want to bring back additional information about modified risk tobacco products and a request to amend the ordinance into the future to allow for those, I think that needs more discussion and information. But at this point, I'm comfortable moving forward with the current recommendation to the ordinance that's in front of us. But I would also like to very clearly ask that we get a formal presentation on the enforcement strategies being used, and who's doing the enforcement and the number of actions that have taken place in the past 5 years.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. And is there a second to that motion? I will second that motion to move forward with the ordinance as it is written, which is the most safe way of ensuring that we keep kids away from flavored tobaccos. Supervisor Phillips, your hand is raised.
Well, it just seemed to me we need to know what products that the exception that Supervisor Alejo's bringing up, whether that's going to cut into our intent or whether it's not.
Well, if I listen to what County Council told us, it was that if we pass this ordinance, we're going to be taking we will be able to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products in Monterey County, which was the point of this. So I don't know about the new cigarettes that that Supervisor Alejo was talking about, but the goal is to stop children from smoking. Any product that has on its label, this product, if used as directed, kills you. We should not have anything to do with it. And I'm fearful that we're watering it down rather than bolstering it up. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion. I think the language that is included will address the problematic flavored tobacco that has been historically targeted towards youth. That's a problem. But and what's happening, discussing, is trying to muddle all products together when there's clearly a different legal standard and scientific standard to approve this other limited line of products that have to prove to the FDA that they do not encourage young people or adults who are not using to start using them. And they also have to prove that they help current cigarette users to break away from that. That was not, these limited products were not intended to be included in part of my original referral. So I would make a motion to approve the ordinances as written, but to simply add the language that the provisions of the ordinance will not apply to any product that receives an order from the United States Food and Drug Administration under 21 USC section 387. That would be my alternative motion.
I'll second that.
So let's go out to the public for comment on this. Thank you. Is there any member in chambers who wishes to come forward to speak?
Yes, Chair, there's a member in the board chambers.
Okay, and can you tell me, Semi, about how many people have their hands raised to speak as well?
And Zoom, we have 8 hands raised.
8 hands raised, okay.
Yes.
I hope you'll forgive me, but I'm going to limit the public comment to 1 minute, 30 seconds. And we can start the clock now. And we'll start with the person who's in the chambers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Cubbage. I'm the founder of Team Race Against Cancer. We're the first anti-tobacco racing team in U.S. history. I worked with the Monterey County Tobacco-Free Regional Project for many years. I was awarded a Hero Award for the state of California. The tobacco industry promoted their products as healthy, glamorous, and socially acceptable. There's more than 4,700 chemicals in tobacco products that break down the physiological function and structure of the human anatomy. Mr. Alejo, with respect, you sound like a lawyer who's representing Joe Camel back in my racing days. And the reason why we were successful in eliminating the tobacco advertising and marketing from the racetrack, other magazines that have hand-me-down rates of like 7, exponentially, you're talking about millions and millions of people. You're talking about an opportunity for professional athletes to promote these products as healthy, glamorous, and socially acceptable during a time period that when our nation is seeking they're seeking a paradise island. So if these products are approved, the flavored products, it takes me back to like the 70s with the candied cigarettes. The difference between a federally approved product, and with traditional tobacco and then these new use products, which I'm not an expert on, it's no different. It's like tobacco, cigarette with a filter or without a filter, okay? These chemicals are designed to attract kids, and tobacco advertising hooks kids. So if you want to prevent a new generation of kids with cancer, do not approve anything that has to do with marketing these products to kids.
Public comment time has elapsed.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now we'll go to hands raised. And Semi, I'm going to have to rely on you. I am seeing none. I'm not seeing that screen. So thank you.
Now we have 10. We'll start with the first one, which is Alex.
Ginger.
Okay, so if you could please give us your name, and you've got 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Alex Winston. I'm with Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, or PAVE, which is a national grassroots organization founded by parents in response to the youth vaping epidemic. This is a matter of life and death, as I will share with you by telling my family's story. In 2017, my son started vaping menthol nicotine products at his high school and still does 3 years later at age 18. My husband, who was trying to quit, was vaping menthol in a refillable e-cigarette device and died suddenly of a severe heart arrhythmia at age 42. His autopsy shows that he died with 500 milligram levels of unregulated nicotine in his system, leaving me a single mother of 4 kids. E-cigarettes and vapes are not cessation devices or harm reduction. Please vote in favor of the proposed flavored tobacco product ordinance, including so-called modified risk products. No smoke inhalation or nicotine use is safe for anyone, as stated by the U.S. Surgeon General. After all, the FDA allows tobacco products in our market now that kill 480,000 Americans each year, including 41,000 of them just from secondhand smoke exposure. Please do better than the FDA. No person or business or government should profit off people's lives. We were too late for my son who's already addicted and for my husband who is no longer with us. Let us not be too late for the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Public comment time has elapsed.
For your very poignant comments.
The next person, Alexa.
Alexa Warman. I see this now. Great. Alexa Warman. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Please start now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Alexa Warman, and I am with the American Heart Association. I urge you to pass the ordinance as written and end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. We do not support an exemption for modified risk tobacco products in their flavored versions. The tobacco industry uses flavors to hook new users, especially youth and communities of color. Their sweet and minty flavored cigarettes, e-cigarettes, cigars, and hookah are luring a new generation into nicotine addiction. We are all doing what we can to keep our community safe from COVID-19. And now we need your leadership to protect residents again from the tobacco industry and their continued attempts to engineer new products to capture new customers. Every day that flavored tobacco products remain on our shelves, more kids get hooked on nicotine. Please prioritize the health of our kids over tobacco profits and pass the ordinance as written without exemptions for any type of flavored tobacco product. This policy will save lives and improve the health of countless Monterey County residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now we will go to Rima Khoury. If I have pronounced that correctly.
Public comment time has elapsed.
R-I-M-A, Khoury.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. Again, my name is Rima Khoury. I'm general counsel for FMARI, which is a premium hookah tobacco manufacturer. I'm also one of the founding members of the National Hookah Community Association, which was established to protect and preserve the rich cultural tradition of hookah. Hookah has been around for nearly 1,000 years. It's a cultural tradition that's practiced by Middle Easterners, Armenians, Turks, Persians, Indians, North Africans, and other minority groups. It is a centerpiece for social engagement and celebratory events. It's a very unique and different tobacco product. And what a lot of lawmakers don't know is that it only comes in flavors. It was made originally hundreds of years ago with molasses and honey, as it is the case today. So it always has been flavored. But this item, according to the CDC and FDA, is one of the least used tobacco products amongst youth. In fact, according to the CDC most recent survey in 2021, only 2% of high schoolers use hookah tobacco. And in the state of California, according to the California Tobacco Survey, that number is much lower. It's 0.6%. And over the last 10 years, that number has been progressively going lower and lower. This is a strictly traditional, cultural item that, I'm Palestinian American. We offer hookah as a sign of hospitality and respect. Please exempt hookah. It is already exempted in over 20 cities and counties, including the state of California. Please exempt
Public
hookah.
comment time has elapsed.
And next we have Ann Wheelis.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Monterey County Supervisors. My name is Ann Wheelis. I live in Pacific Grove, and I am a member of the California State Advocacy Committee of the American Heart Association. This ordinance, as written to amend Monterey County Code to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products and single-use electronic cigarettes, is needed to reverse the upward trend of tobacco use and nicotine addiction. My 27 years of experience working in tobacco use prevention education and policy in Monterey County has shown me that local policy and effective merchant education and good enforcement is critical to ending the illegal sale of tobacco to minors. The easy availability of flavored tobacco products is contributing to rising rates of youth tobacco use. E-cigs are the most commonly used but youth are also becoming hooked on menthol cigarettes, flavored hookah, cigars, and smokeless tobacco. I urge you to pass the ordinance as written and to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without the exemptions that have been discussed and brought forward this afternoon. Over 100 communities in California, including Pacific Grove, have passed ordinances to protect their youth by ending the sale of flavored tobacco products with strong enforcement. I believe all Monterey County youth deserve these same protections. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wheelis.
Public comment time has elapsed.
And now we have Ms. B.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alexandra Burke, and I just wanted to say, as a teacher, I find that young people who smoke are often either bored and looking for something to do or stressed out and anxious, about any number of things: family, housing, income, and especially today, young people dealing with the pandemic and just a chaotic world in general. So my 2 cents is just to keep in mind, are we doing everything we can to fund youth programs, resources for young people, schools, sports, arts, music, things that are just constantly being cut? Many schools have one counselor to deal with mental health of hundreds of students. So, just putting it in minds of, maybe will the money from the fines go into funding programs that will help the youth? I think it's just something to keep in mind about when it comes to prevention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mrs. B. And next we have Drew. Drew, you're up. 1
Hello.
minute, 30 seconds. Hello.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I want to explain why banning flavored tobacco is bad for Monterey County socially and economically. I work at a smoke shop, and about 60% of our revenue sales comes from some variation of flavored tobacco products. If we ban now, our business will not be able to afford to stay open. Businesses will close, but this will not keep flavored tobacco out of Monterey County. It did not work for Santa Cruz because residents drive to neighboring counties and they also order it online. So Santa Cruz is losing tax money and not gaining the desired effect. If we ban flavored tobacco in Monterey County now, money will pour into the pockets of online businesses who make it easier for minors to purchase tobacco. So I'd like to suggest if we just wait for the California state ban to go statewide, it'll give businesses a chance to make the change and stay open. And I'd also like to note that the county and the state and businesses have been cooperating well for years, and we're at an all-time low of minors using tobacco. So if we could work together and maybe wait for the state ban, we could keep our businesses open and all work together to solve this problem. But the online sales are going to keep flavored tobaccos in this county, so we got to think of that as well. You're not just getting rid of it, you're getting rid of the businesses. Thank you guys for hearing me.
Thank you. And now we will go to Jen Grand Lejano. Seems to be having some difficulty with our ability here to track things. Get it down to 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, so Jen, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead and start.
Okay, good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Jen Granlahano with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I'm the Government Relations Director for Northern California, and I specialize in exactly the kind of policy you're considering today. I applaud you for the strong support expressed by this board at the last meeting to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products at all retailers in the unincorporated county, a policy we urge you to vote for today as written. The Public Health Law Center provides model policy, and there is no exemption for modified risk tobacco products, and no California policy that I'm aware of includes such an exemption. We cannot support such an exemption that would be leaving a loophole in the ordinance for the well-funded tobacco industry to exploit. Any flavored tobacco product left on the market will become the go-to product for youth. I want to highlight the problem of youth tobacco use in Monterey County. In the latest report of California Tobacco Facts and Figures for 2021, the Central Coast area, including Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Cruz, had the highest reported underage tobacco sales rate in the state at an astronomical 55.3%. I can't recall seeing a rate that high in California in recent history. It's truly shocking. And in a 2021 report from the California Healthy Kids Survey from Carmel Unified School District, 30% of 11th graders self-reported that they had used e-cigarettes. We must do all we can to protect youth from big tobacco, which spends millions a year to target youth with fruit, candy, and mint flavors. Flavored shisha, or hookah tobacco, use is on the rise among youth. Those who had tried hookah were more likely to report intent to try cigarettes soon. And in one study, more than 1 in 5 high school students first learned about flavored shisha by seeing a hookah bar in their community. We hear that this is an adult choice, but when 90% of smokers start in their teens, this is not adult choice. This is pediatric addiction that leads to a lifetime of disease. And that's why we urge you to adopt a comprehensive tobacco retailer licensing policy to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gran-Lejano. And now we will go to Jackie Gash. Jackie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jackie Gash, and I am a member of the American Cancer Society and a volunteer. I am also a 2-time cancer survivor. I'm speaking in support of the Monterey County Code to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products. While the cigarette smoking among youth has declined, the use of e-cigarettes has increased. Most youth who reported using tobacco say they began with a flavored product. There are thousands of flavors and are often marketed with names like Jolly Rancher, Sour Patch, Gummy Bear, or Cotton Candy. From the packages, even the packages are designed to look popular. Among all smokers, menthol cigarettes are the most popular among the 12 and 17-year-olds. Those who oppose these policies cite adult choice, and yet of the 95% of tobacco users who became addicted before 21, smoking is no longer a choice, it's an addiction. We need to be doing everything we can to prevent our youth from beginning this deadly addiction, as well as supporting the efforts of those who are trying to quit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have, is it Jaime Roja Jr.?
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman and board members. My name is Jaime Rojas with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, the trade group representing many of the retailers here in Monterey County. Currently, as we know, under federal and state regulations concerning tobacco laws, it is already illegal to sell to anyone under the age of 21. So the issue seems to be more on compliance and code enforcement instead. Monterey County's retailers are exemplary in keeping tobacco products out of the hands of underage persons. According to the FDA and the state of California websites, Monterey County retailers have a near perfect 95% compliance record in the past 4 years by refusing to sell to underage persons. Why would supervisors want to harm responsible retailers and chase their customers to other jurisdictions or to illicit markets? The issue has always been on youth usage of flavor vaping products. Why is the board considering flavored tobacco products that youth don't even smoke cigars, chew tobacco, and even traditional cigarettes are now at an all-time low of youth usage at 3% in this school district? We asked the county to focus on the issue of flavor vaping and not just throw away other tobacco products in this ordinance and not on issues that are non-pertaining to youth usage. We asked the board to consider 3 things. 1, the ability to sell down the inventory within January 1st of 2023 for the reason of the statewide flavor ban passing at that time. 2, to pivot for other products to replace lost revenue, which may mean getting permits for refrigerating foods and drinks, which all takes time. And 3, it becomes an even playing field for all California retailers not to sell flavored products. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now go to Sheila Fawn.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Sheila Fan and I'm the project coordinator at Breathe, California. And as a young adult, I have seen the detrimental effects of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes of my peers. Particularly, I want to share the story of my classmate, James. And James was the all-around great guy. He was in a bunch of advanced placement classes, was the captain of the football team, and was really active in the community service clubs at our campus. He was also the guy that was one of the first individuals in our class to begin smoking. And he started smoking at the young age of 14 when he got access to his dad's menthol cigarettes. And he experimented with electronic smoking devices because they were more sleek and more cool and concealable. He used to smoke 2 jewel pods a day, which is equivalent to 40 traditional cigarettes. And I remember he would be taking puffs during class, during tests, exhaling into his backpack. What isn't cool is that after high school, he suffered from a collapsed lung that left him hospitalized for 5 months. And he meets with his respiratory therapist every 2 weeks, and that is his life. Banning the sale of flavored tobacco and electronic smoking devices without exemption will decrease the number of youth and young adults that have been affected by the epidemic of tobacco use and preventing situations like James's from ever happening again. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from George Johnson and then Claudia.
Hello, my name is George Johnson. I manufacture traditional wooden hookah pipes called Regal hookahs, and I'm a member of the National Hookah Community Association. I'm calling to obviously stand up for traditional hookah smoking, which is not a problem with youth. The most recent youth tobacco survey shows that California high school hookah use is 0.6%. That is unheard of. It is unbelievably low. And hookah only comes in flavors. So a flavor ban is a de facto ban on traditional hookah. Hookah tobacco has for centuries been preserved in honey and molasses, thus imparting a characterizing flavor. So we seem to be getting caught up in all the flavor bans. And, I just hope that you can look at other municipalities that have exempted hookah. Last night, Pleasant Hill exempted hookah. San Jose has exempted hookah. Los Angeles, Burbank, Glendale, West Hollywood, San Diego County, Irvine, Ventura, and of course on the state level with SB 793. So, this SB 793's language has been vetted, and it's a really great compromise that protects and preserves traditional hookah smoking, which is enjoyed by many minorities. And it also addresses youth access because it limits hookah products to be sold only in 21 and over establishments. That takes away the marketing campaigns of this flavor is enticing to youth. As long as kids aren't visible to see it, then thank you for your time, and please exempt hookah.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we will go to Claudia.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly urge the council to please wait until the statewide ban vote in November to allow the retailers time to sell their products and find other solutions for the money they will surely lose. It'll affect their businesses and their families. And it does seem like the council may need more time anyway, since I was in the last meeting, and Councilmember Alejo asked for some data, which was not presented today. So it seems like, in all fairness, we should wait, or you should wait, and wait for the state to decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. So we'll bring it back to the board if there's no one else who you see with their hands raised, or any other people in the audience. None. So we have a motion on the floor, and I just want to make a couple of comments. I used to work in this. Oh, let's see, John, your hand's up. You want to go ahead and speak?
Yeah, my problem is trying to make a decision on this, and I don't know, with the exception that Supervisor Alejo, maybe Health Department can tell us a little more about, but the exception that Supervisor Alejo's advocating for, I don't know what products that's going to open it up for. And so I don't know whether that I agree with it or not, because I don't know if it's going to undercut the purpose of what we're doing all this, or if it's reasonable alternatives that have been approved by other jurisdictions. So that.
Perez, this is Les. Could I share my screen? I could share some information.
Okay, yes.
So this is the list as of the end of December of modified risk tobacco products for which the FDA has issued an order. And that's the terminology that is used in the statute. So the FDA authorizes these products to be marketed as modified risk tobacco products. They're not approved for anything, but they've received an order. You'll see that some of them are cigarettes, electronic cigarettes. They are not single-use electronic cigarettes. And then there's quite a few smokeless tobacco products. Most of them are menthol flavored. Some are not flavored. So this is the universe of modified risk tobacco products that have received an order from the FDA that authorizes them to be marketed as such. So that's the information I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Chris, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to, state I appreciate everybody who's come on the call today to share their perspectives. And this is one of the few issues where I actually got quite a bit of unsolicited input from real community members, not paid lobbyists and folks who are out there, where this is their job. And that those calls meant a lot to me. And those came from community members who did use e-cigarettes or some form of smokeless tobacco to reduce and inevitably quit. A couple are still in process and almost there. And for that reason, when I look at that list that Les posted and I hear them saying, don't take away the tool that I use that might help somebody or that I'm still using, that's where it gets hard for me to say, okay, well, let's proceed down that path, given what the initial intent was of this referral, which was flavors to stop kids from starting. And I do see a difference there. And for me, that's why I'm willing and ready to support that language. But if we need more time to fully vet that list of 14 products that the exemption language is in on, I'm good with that too. But for me, that's where I'm sitting today after having heard directly from members of my community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wendy, Supervisor Rudasky.
Yeah, thank you. This is one of those moments where I'm really glad I've got my two computer screens up because I've been able to just take a minute and read through a little bit more about this modified, and it's a marketing approval. It's nothing more than a marketing and promotion tool that is authorized by the FDA. So it's not, and I think for me that's when I'm all about harm reduction, 100%, and I don't believe that prohibition is the solution to anything. So to be very clear, however, when we're talking about a marketing strategy for tobacco products, that's very different than a harm reduction effort. So having had the chance to read a little bit more quickly during this discussion, it's very clear to me that I'm comfortable with the original motion that we have on the table, with the unless Supervisor Phillips, if you need additional information before being able to comfortably move forward. Right now there are those 14 products that are listed. However, there's an ongoing application process, so it is possible for the FDA to continue adding additional products to that list. And really what it is, as far as I can tell, is that it allows for the tobacco companies to market those products with certain statements attached to them. So I'm comfortable with the original motion, and I'd like to call for the vote.
Thank you. So I'll allow Supervisor Leo to speak, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I'll be short anyways. Yeah, I think my referral was filed in January of 2020, so over 2 years ago. So I would ask staff, we shouldn't take so long to bring an issue like this forward to be acted upon. And if you read my original referral, it was intended to target those companies really trying to market this to youth. It did not intend for these other new line of products that help people break away from their habits to also be wrapped up in the same fashion as those who have traditionally targeted our young people. In fact, this is not only marketing, it's much more complex than that. The FDA started creating this application process when the federal Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act was approved. It's under that kind of a legislation that this was approved. And even after, it's not just on the marketing, after it is approved, after that, as part of the application, you have to show data that it helps people reduce typical cigarette use, and also show that it does not encourage non-users. That means people have to show that people that are not using it are not going to be more likely to start using it, this kind of particular product. And then even after it is approved, you have to do additional studies to show the FDA that it is not encouraging use, that it's helping people break away from smoking, and it's only approved for certain periods of time. So it's not like it's approved and it's forever. You have to continue to submit this evidence to the FDA. So I'm trying to really just say this is a narrow list of products that help people break away from tobacco use that is heavily regulated by the FDA. It's a small list of products that we're excluding from this particular ban. So I hope my colleagues could support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll tell you this, it does. I kind of can't believe that I'm hearing what I'm hearing. I feel like this is exactly what I used to deal with when the tobacco industry was in its prime back in the 90s. They ask for delay, because business will not have enough time to adjust. They'll ask for an exemption. They'll talk about discrimination. They'll suggest that we just postpone this. They'll come up with just all kinds of things that are just an absolute, ruse to get what it is that they want, and which is the ability to just scooch in with the nose under the tent. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here again. Unfortunately, the list is what the list is. There's cigarettes, they're tobacco products, and the more that we have that are attractive to children, the more kids that we're going to lose to this. It makes me so sad to think of how many kids are going to get hooked once again by just going through that list, because it eviscerates our own ordinance that we brought forward to be able to attempt to stop children from becoming addicted to tobacco, because it's simply an entry drug. The flavored cigarettes are, and this is the additional language is going to allow the flavored tobacco to be sold in Monterey County, and then kids will get it. So I got a few statistics that trouble me. Looking at I think it was in Carmel Unified School District, 30% of kids in the 11th grade have tried products like this. Williams Unified School District, 14% of the students have in grade 11 have tried these vaping type products. And in Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, 10% of 7th graders and 37% of 11th graders are doing this. And we've got to take leadership and simply say, no, no, no. If we want to go back and change later on and add something in, fine. But what we need to do now is stand up and say no to the tobacco industry. We're going with the ordinance as it was written. It was to stop allowing flavored cigarettes, flavored tobacco products to be sold in our county. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Chair, if I may, please, though, we had a substitute motion with a second, correct. So I want to share my screen to indicate the language that would be added.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
So I propose that this language be added to the definition of flavored tobacco product, and it would read, but does not include any modified risk tobacco products for which the FDA has issued an order pursuant to 21 USC section 387K. I think Supervisor Alejo's intent was to add it solely to the flavored tobacco product rather than include it within the single-use electronic cigarette. Is that correct, Supervisor Alejo?
That's correct.
So this would be the language of the ordinance to be voted on, and today is only introduction. So it would be introduced today and would come back. The recommendation is to introduce today and set next Tuesday for adoption.
Thank you, Mr. County Council. Can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
I'm going to vote no.
Chair Supervisor Adams.
No. The motion passes 3-2. And we'll be having it come back next week. And now we'll move on to item number 15, which is to have a public hearing on PLN 190-252, finding that the project that's being discussed involves construction of 3 retaining walls, installation of a drainage culvert improvement, acceptance of an amended conservation and scenic easement, among other things. With that, I believe we have a presentation by Fiona Jensen, and we'll move forward. Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may, before we begin the presentation, I made an error. The adoption would be February 8th, not next week.
February 8th. Okay, thank you for that. Fiona, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Chair Adams and members of the board. My name is Fiona Jensen. I'm the project planner for Costigan and Starks, HCD planning file number PLN 190252, item 15 of today's agenda. The project is located at 24956 Lincoln Street, Carmel, and is within the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. The parcel is zoned medium density residential, 2 units per acre with a design control overlay, and is within the coastal zone. The applicants request approval of an after-the-fact coastal development permit and design approval to partially clear a code enforcement violation to allow development on slopes exceeding 30%. The western half of the property contains a conservation scenic easement, which was conveyed to the County of Monterey in 1982 to protect habitat areas and restrict development on slopes exceeding 30%. The subject lot contains a natural drainage culvert that collects water and stormwater runoff from the City of Carmel storm drain and conveys the runoff towards Pescadero Canyon. The subject property's drainage culvert is located primarily within the conservation scenic easement. An existing retaining wall, which was constructed in conjunction with the residence, separates the single-family dwelling from the drainage culvert. These photos show the condition of the drainage culvert prior to violation. In September 2017, the Costigans constructed 3 retaining walls to help stabilize their foundation and installed a 24-inch pipe with rock energy dissipation systems to help control and slow the flow of stormwater runoff. In May 2019, the Housing and Community Development Code Compliance Division cited the property for development on slopes exceeding 30% and for construction of retaining walls without a coastal development permit and design approval. The images on the left show the installed improvements, and on the right, the pre-violation conditions. The inlet of the drainage culvert now has an apron to collect the stormwater. The stormwater is now conveyed over rock dissipation systems. Installation of the retaining walls and 24-inch pipe did not adversely change the drainage course of the culvert, as the new pipe still conveys and releases water into the natural drainage culvert as it descends west on the property. This photo illustrates the vast amount of stormwater runoff that can be conveyed through this drainage culvert. Therefore, the proposed project includes after-the-fact permitting of retaining walls and improvements within a drainage culvert that is located within a conservation scenic easement. An amendment to the conservation scenic easement is required to authorize the drainage improvements within the easement and to allow ongoing maintenance. As amended, the easement deed will maintain the preservation and conservation of the resources on site and meets the intent of the Board of Supervisors condition, which required the establishment of the easement. The amended easement deed provides clarity for use and restrictions on the property for any future owners. This project was originally scheduled for the September 8th, 2021 Planning Commission, but was continued to a date uncertain due to public concern. The neighbor adjacent to the property revealed that a portion of the riprap was constructed on his property, and he did not approve of the development. Therefore, the applicants were required to remove the portion of riprap on the neighbor's property as determined by a boundary survey. On October 25th, 2021, the applicants removed the portion of riprap on the neighbor's property. Staff conducted a second site visit on October 28th, 2021 to confirm that all development proposed in this project is located entirely on the subject property. On December 1st, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this project as proposed. On January 18th, 2022, the neighbor submitted additional comments indicating that a portion of the development was still located on his property, that the removed rocks had been placed back on his property, and finally that the site plan does not illustrate the drainage improvements as built. The photo submitted with this public comment does not accurately portray the established boundary line. As confirmed by staff and shown in this photo, all development is located on the Costigans property. The Costigans have removed the bricks and rocks of concern. The curve in the pipe allows for an unrestricted drainage course that captures the maximum amount of runoff. Although this is not detailed in the plans, this minor alteration does not change staff's analysis or recommendation of approval. The Carmel Highlands Land Use Advisory Committee reviewed this project on June 7th, 2021, and voted 5-2 to approve the project, provided that the county reviews the construction of the retaining walls. To fully abate the violation, the applicant has submitted a building permit application to allow construction of the retaining walls. Building services will review the engineering of the retaining walls. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors finds that the project qualifies as a categorical exemption pursuant to section 15303 and 15317 of the CEQA guidelines. Authorize the chair to execute the amended conservation and scenic easement deed, direct the clerk of the board to submit the amended conservation and scenic easement deed to the county recorder, and approve an after the fact coastal development permit and design approval to partially clear a code enforcement violation to all development on slopes exceeding 30%, and for the construction of 3 retaining walls and the installation of drainage culvert improvements. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Fiona. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, is there any question or comment from the public? Seeing and hearing none, then I will ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Move approval.
Second.
Second. So we have a motion from Philip, second by Alejo. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
You're muted, Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Moving on now to item number 16, which is to accept public comment and close the public comment period for the first substantial amendment to the Monterey Urban County 2021-22 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. And with that, I believe we have a presentation from Darby Marshall.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Darby Marshall, Housing and Community Development. This afternoon, we are asking you to accept public comments and close the public comment period for the first substantial amendment to the Monterey County Urban County 2021-22 Community Development Block Annual Action Plan. We're asking you to also authorize us to submit the document to HUD, authorize the county to execute an $80,500 subrecipient agreement with the Veterans Transition Center, subject to review and approved by County Council, and direct the Auditor Controller to amend the 21-22 Housing Community Development adopted budget to increase appropriations and revenue from CDBG grants by $202,800, financed from prior year CDBG awards. In May of 2021, the board adopted the 2021-2022 annual action plan, and they included at the time 3 backup projects, a sidewalk improvements around the Castroville Recreation Center, the remediation of asbestos heating and cooling systems at one of the duplex owned by the Veterans Transition Center, and augmenting the other previously approved San Lucas sidewalk project with any funds that were left over. As we got into it, we ended up having $200,000 available to roll, which afforded us some flexibility in possibly completing projects in ways that hadn't been possible when we put the recommended list together. Public Works has determined that they're going to need about $100,000 to deal with the sidewalk improvements in Castroville. VTC is going to need $80,500, and then that will leave a balance of about $12,000 for the San Lucas Curb and Gutter project, bringing it to $894,000. We opened the public comment period for this amendment on December 18th and ran through today. We have not received any comments, either written or email to date. So that is staff's recommendation and report. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Marshall. Is there any question or comments from the board? Seeing no hands raised, is there any question or comment from the public? Seeing no questions or comments, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. The motion from Wendy Rudasty, and a second from Lopez. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0, and we will move on to item number 17, which is a new referral. So I'll look to County Administrative Officer McKee for this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have any new referrals this week.
Thank you. And now, would you like to give comments?
Yeah, just real briefly, as everyone knows, or most people know, there's a new fire down in Big Sur. I think that is evident to all of us, or should be evident to all of us, that fire season is year round. There's no separate season. It's all the time. So we would encourage everybody to always take care with what they're doing outdoors. All the different activities that may be causing a risk of fire. And that said, I also just want to thank all the people all the men and women and others, people who are working on the fire, the CAL FIRE, Regional Fire, folks from other parts of the state, as well as our Office of Emergency Services, all of our community partners who've helped out, whether it's, Caltrans or, the SPCA. There's a variety of entities and groups and people and individuals who are stepping up to help out. There are residents down there who are hurting. There are businesses down there who are hurting, and obviously our landscape is hurting. So just wanted to thank everybody who's working so hard to put that fire out, and encourage everyone to recognize that fire risk in California is year round. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. And I am just going to pile on them really quickly. I just want to say how amazing it is. Fire season ended officially January 3rd. So all of the temporary workers were let go. So we've had people who are chiefs and commanders coming in from all over the state to help us with this fire. It's just really been amazing. And I just want to let people know that one of the major concerns is getting the road open again. We need that, as you indicated, Charles, just for every reason. Workers have to get to work. People do not have the ability to go all the way around and over Nacimiento Ferguson again. So it is a bad situation. There isn't any question about it whatsoever. We are going down to the briefings and the cooperators meetings, so we're up to date on what's been happening. We've got about 500 people who are working the line at this point, and things are looking good. It's about 45% contained, and at this point, I know that the main thing is to really try to keep the fire away from the road. There's some areas there that are of concern, and once that is contained, we'll be able to have the road open a little bit more freely than it is now. So I just wanted to appreciate what you said, Charles, about thanking the people whose lives are impacted by this day in and day out, and really appreciating so much the work that people are doing to help us in our community try to get back to normal again. It's pretty frightening to think of fire season starting in this early in January. So thank you for that. And now we will go to referral responses, number 19. And let's just take it from there. Okay, so we're going to receive a status update on board referral number 2021.23, seeking to create a new management position of Monterey County Director of Homeless Strategies and Services.
Thank you, Chair Adams and board members. This is a real brief update just to let you know that we are progressing full speed ahead on this board referral. We are, as we had told you when we reported back at the last discussion on this item, we're proceeding on a parallel track. We're working to create a position of Director of Homeless Services, and we are also engaged in an organizational study. Those are proceeding on parallel tracks. They will not slow down the recruitment of the director position. We've been working closely with HR, with Irma Ramirez-Bao and Kim Moore, and we really appreciate all their help on this. We have an item at the Budget Committee meeting tomorrow to present the Director of Homeless Service position and the salary recommendation from HR, which has been endorsed by our office as well. And we have hired Citygate Associates to do the organizational and funding analysis. Our recommendation at this point would be that once the board approves that director position, that it be initially funded with cannabis assignment revenue until we can get back in March from Citygate a more specific recommendation on use of state funding to hopefully bridge that funding for at least the next few years while the state has funding for that type of position. We believe it is something we can get funded through the state, and we'll be working with Citygate not only on that aspect, but also sort of refining organizationally how this position will interact with the health department, social services, the leadership council, outside agencies, and cities within Monterey County. So we are moving ahead with a pretty maximum speed on getting this referral completed and getting that recruitment open as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be glad to answer any questions. I see Irma Ramirez-Bao is on the call here as well if you have any other questions for us.
Thank you very much, Nick. I see if there are any questions or comments from board members. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope that if it's initially with cannabis, that we could shift it over to using some of the state funding. It seems like there's been a record amount that has come to the county and more that was announced by the governor in his proposed state budget just a couple of weeks ago. Billions of dollars coming to the state, and the counties have got millions. It seems like we could use a portion to be able to get additional staffing to be able to carry out this voluminous amount of work that is coming ahead of us. The second part, I would say, as we draft and as we open this recruitment, is to make sure that we really try to reach out as much as possible so that we encourage as many people to apply from within our ranks and from outside our ranks. I think we're really looking for the right visionary person with good leadership skills that could help build coalitions, that could work with partners, that could really carry through and carry a lot of the projects that have so many stringent requirements, and they do require collaboration with cities and with nonprofits and other providers in the homeless services sector. So that's how I hope. I'm excited about this. I think our community recognizes that we got to do a lot more to get as many residents off living in streets, which is inhumane. And these are, especially over these last several days when we felt the cold every evening, it's really hard to understand how we could allow our residents to live outside in these kinds of very cold and sometimes harsh conditions, that it's incumbent to try to staff up so that we could do more and be more effective in implementing these dollars that are coming from the states and from the feds. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I concur. It's an important position, and one probably we should have had some time ago. But just seeing how complex the issue is and what my staff has had to deal with in trying to bring about the needed services and improve things at the Pajaro River, and then seeing the impact of what we had and then had on Watsonville. It's a position that we really need because it really does coordinate so many different departments with us and outsider departments. So I'm encouraged that we're moving forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other supervisors' hands raised, so I will go out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this?
I see one hand is raised.
Okay.
From Wes White.
Great. Wes, you've got 1 minute, 30 seconds for your comments.
Okay. Hi, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union. You know, as regards this position, it needs to be people oriented, not just legality oriented. And we need to make sure that we're dealing with the entire population when we're trying to implement the programs that we want to see and the policies and intentions behind them, because it is very expedient and budget worthy, I suppose, and especially attitudinally to just dispose of people and make them somewhat other jurisdictions' problem. So.
Did we lose Wes? Wes, I'm afraid we completely lost you. Or am I lost?
No, he dropped out, Madam Chair. I couldn't, you can't hear him.
If he comes back on before the end.
He's back.
There he is.
He's back.
Okay, could I start over? Would that be possible or not?
Could you just continue from where you were, and we'll give you credit for the time that you missed.
Okay, so basically, you know, I hope you heard me in the first half. I guess I was mainly concerned about putting people first and making sure that their needs of the vulnerable population outside is considered first and foremost in all programs and policies that are implemented, not just for legality's sake and you know, because we can't put a price on caring, and there's no way we can budget paying people to do that. We certainly budget ourselves out of doing everything, and I think the easiest and most formal solution is allowing people a place to be 24 hours a day. That's what we need to do around the county, up to capacity of people.
Thank you so much for your always thoughtful comments, Wes. I see no other hands raised, so we will bring it back to the board for a motion to receive the status update. Could I have a motion? Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry, jumped the gun there.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we will go to board comments, and I'm going to take liberty and take myself first because I have the opportunity to get a test at my doctor's office at 3:45, and I'm going to be leaving after my comments and ask Supervisor Alejo if he would be willing to complete the rest of the board's agenda today.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just wanted to make a couple of comments right now. I just really want to thank the folks from CAL FIRE, Mid-Coast Fire Brigade, Big Sur Fire, Office of Emergency Services, the Sheriff, CHP. All of these folks have been working. These emergency responders they so quickly responded to the Colorado fire that started Friday night. And my heart goes out to everybody down in Big Sur who's been in fact affected by the fire. It just is another example, as I said earlier, as to Charles, that we're now living with climate change, period. And it was the winds that just kicked this up. But I can remember that night, Friday night, it was so dry where I live and so windy. It was different than any other kind of wind. So now, unfortunately, it's what I think we're going to be living in. It was great that we had the rain in December, but this fire shows the consequences of a dry January. So also want to let people know that we've scheduled the first part of our regional water summit for March 8th in the afternoon. Please save the date. The general managers and staff from our water related agencies have been working on an agenda and presentations. And what our plan is to hold 3 separate water focused sessions over the next year. I'm looking forward to our discussions with each other, the agencies and the public on this really important issue that we have, looking to find some sort of a regional countywide solution to our water problems. And then finally, the ad hoc committee on the Board of Committee Appointments Policy has met once, and we'll be meeting again later this week, and we'll have a report back on February 8th as the board had directed. So with that, I'll complete my comments, and since we're going backwards, I'll go to District 4 And Supervisor Root asked you.
Great, thank you. Just a brief comment. Joining in the thank you for our firefighters and all of the first responders. I know that there were folks from all over the place who showed up to help let people know about evacuations, to handle the road, to help people get their things, to welcome neighbors with pets and other belongings. So just I'm really proud of Monterey County coming together like we do in times of crisis. And it'd be great to have a break from times of crisis. On February 2nd at 4 o'clock, I'll be resuming the Wednesday with Wendy series. We'll be welcoming a conversation on Zoom about ambulance services and the county's role in our ambulance service contracts. We'll post information online about how to join us for that, but everyone is welcome to come and learn a little bit more, bring your questions. We'll have some open conversation as well. But really appreciate being able to have these open community office hours while we continue to be in the space of virtual reality. But those are my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to District 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be extremely brief today. Just want to remind the public that the best way to find a vaccine or booster is MyTurn. myturn.ca.gov. I know I've had a lot of people reach out in the last few days and say, all right, I'm ready for my booster. Where do I go given the levels? And so the old systems that don't work anymore. It's myturn.ca.gov is the best way to find that vaccine or booster, and encourage folks to do that and keep yourself safe out there given this surge we're experiencing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to District 2. Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Phillips, are you awake?
He's talking. He's just muted.
Yeah, no, I was saying I'll pass. I'll yield my time to Supervisor Alejo. So
thank you for that. And Supervisor Alejo, do you have any board comments?
I just wanted to join in, Madam Chair, thanking all our first responders as well. I know I represent Salinas, but seeing all the people going into action during this fire really made me proud to see it. And we've done this quite a few times over the last several years, unfortunately. And the way that the Big Sur residents, the fire brigade there, our county communications team, our administrators, and the sheriff, highway patrol, everybody, Office of Emergency Services really kicked into gear once again. So I appreciate everybody's work and just wanted to salute them. I did also want to commend an old friend of mine who just became the health department director for this county of Santa Cruz, Monica Morales. She was a young community organizer with me when we started organizing youth in my hometown of Wattsville. When I was 19, she was 14, 15 years old. And she worked under the legendary Barbara Garcia at the San Francisco County Health Department for several years, and now has come home and was a recent hire there. So I just wanted to commend her because I know she's having some receptions this week, welcoming her back and serving in this new leadership role in Santa Cruz County. So I wanted to just salute her as well. And lastly, just I know we got a lot of sports fans here, but we just wanted to wish good luck to the San Francisco 49ers, who will be playing the Los Angeles Rams this Sunday at the LA Rams Stadium and Sophie Stadium. So just want to wish our Northern California team best of luck on winning this and hopefully to the Super Bowl. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now we'll have the readout on closed session items by County Council.
There were no reportable actions, Chair.
Thank you. And now we will adjourn the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for January 25th, 2022. And we're going to be adjourning in memory of two people, retired board of Supervisor Barbara Shipnook and longtime local attorney Norm Anthony. And I'll look to Supervisor Phillips for making these remarks. And I thank you so much for your work today.
Thank you. And it obviously at my age, I'm losing a lot of friends that I worked with and grew up with. But Norm Anthony, he was 83, passed away, been in ill health for several years. And a little background for some of you. In 1970, when Bill Curtis was elected the DA from outside the office, which hardly ever happened in those days, 8 out of the 13 deputy DAs resigned or left for one reason or the other. And that was the only reason some of us young people were hired into the office. I tried my first felony case against Norm Anthony I had a strong case. It was out of the Pajaro area, but he scared the hell out of me. I thought I wouldn't make it. And then he went on to become a family law specialist. He and his wife, Anthony and Murdoch, Brenda Murdoch, with his wife, is his wife. And they had one of the finest firms, and he was one of the finest attorneys that I had the opportunity to appear in my court. He was smart, well prepared, thorough, tenacious, ethical. He was always on my family law committee. I would meet every 6 months or so with the family law people I really respected, and how are we doing? What can we do to improve our department? And he was always on there. And he was always an attorney you could always rely on when you needed someone to pick up a case. A kid was needing representation on a child custody, and you couldn't find anybody. You could call him, and he would represent him pro bono. I remember he had a Morgan at one time. An old Morgan, looks like a lot like an MG, and he had to sell that, and he was always wanted a red Ferrari. So every time his wife came to court, I would tell her that she really needed to get him a red Ferrari. And so finally she did. And she called me up and said, well, you got to drive with me when we delivered it for him for his birthday. And so they had a group there, and Judge Silver was there, because Judge Silver lived with Brenda and Norm at that time. And remember his smile on his face when we drove up in the red Ferrari and presented it to him. So he was a great guy, well respected. And that brings me to the other one that we're recognizing today, a real pioneer in Monterey County, Barbara Shipnuck. She obviously, as everybody knows, and Nick Chulis is probably the only person around that was around, work with her in those days. I was looking around to see who on here would remember. I know Nick would. She was the first woman to be elected to the Board of Supervisors, and she and I started about the same time. I knew her a little bit before she was elected. I had become assistant DA just about that time when she came in. She came out of nowhere, and then just kind of ran a heck of a campaign, and really started one of the first ones that really started when the Board of Supervisors started getting involved in policy and providing a lot more direction to where the board wanted to go. She was on the board for 16 years, and she was one of the most respected and influential politicians in our county. And in the state. She was president of the CSAC, the California State Association of Counties. I'll say this: she was smart, insightful, always well prepared, and intimidated by no one. You could tell she was a lady that grew up on the streets of Brooklyn. And you better have your stuff together when you appeared before her, because she didn't suffer fools lightly. We became friends and worked on a number of projects together. She wasn't a great fan of my boss, Bill Curtis. Part of the reason may be that he got a grand jury indictment against the setting Board of Supervisors, if you can imagine that, Bill Peters on it. And so then I was usually called on to make the budget presentations to her for the DA's office and the courts once, because back in those days, the courts relied on the county for their budget. And you always had to be prepared. She did a great job of pushing some things that hadn't been pushed in our county before. Human rights, equal rights, women's rights, child care, early childhood education. She was one of the first advocates of those. Program for the elders. And as I mentioned earlier in one of our sessions, the Natividad Hospital, we were all had been burned so bad in the Natividad Hospital. It had been such a drain on us that we were all pushing to get out of the hospital business. And it was her and Sam Karras that really pushed and committed to making sure that we stayed in that business. Supervisor Alejo will appreciate she was responsible for the youth center. We met out. She was chair of the board. I was presiding judge and the chief probation officer. We met out at the probation department. We were going to build the youth center at where Rancho Cielo is now, and the county said, well, it'll be $20 million to ever open it. And she goes, well, the old Alisal Hospital is on the market. And she says, they just dropped the price. She said, let's go down there. And we went down there. The security guard wasn't going to let us in. And so we turned around to walk away. She goes, just a minute. She went over and talked to him. Next thing I know, he said, yes, ma'am, and went and opened the door for us. We went through and she says, well, they want 1.9. She says, I'll negotiate it. I'll get them down to 1.2, which she did. And that's how we ended up with that building. And then later, I guess she had left the board by then because it was Supervisor Simon Salinas and I then met with the community to make that happen. So I saw her the last day that she worked. I called her and said, you want to go have a glass of wine? She goes, yeah, but only I just finished my 54 Bel Air Sport Coupe. And she says, only if you bring the 54 Bel Air to pick me up in it. So we went and had a glass of wine and we hugged, and she said, I'll stay in touch. And I said, yeah, make sure you do that. And that was the last time I talked to her. As you know, she went on to be Deputy Secretary of Health and Care Policy at Maryland, and then went on to be Director of Public Affairs at Kaiser Permanente. And I stayed in touch with her kind of through her son. Her son was a pretty famous writer, for Sports Illustrated, and then wrote 6 or 7 books. So we stayed in touch there. But she, of all the people I knew, she had a huge, big influence on Monterey County and ran for Congress, got defeated by Sam Farr at that time when Leon went up to into the Clinton administration, became pretty close to it. But I have never seen someone who had such an influence on us and then just kind of vanished, from Monterey County standpoint. But she was a real trailblazer and an impressive lady, and I'm sure Nick knows how demanding she was when you had your stuff together before you went and appeared before her. So.
Yes, I would have to concur completely with Supervisor Phillips' characterizations of Barbara Shipnick. She was an amazing person, and she didn't suffer fools lightly. You had to be, as a staff person, you had to be very prepared to meet with her. One thing I realized after working with her a little while, though, was that she had a great sense of humor. It was there, And the only thing I would add to Supervisor Phillips' list of her accomplishments, hard to believe, but back in the late 70s and early 80s, we did not have a comprehensive county general plan. We had a series of plans that were kind of community plans that had been done over the years, but there was no comprehensive, unified, countywide general plan. And Supervisor Shipnick was instrumental in getting that program initiated, funded, and thought through to completion. It's several iterations of general plans ago now, but at the time it was quite far-reaching and quite an achievement. She had a lot to do with that. So I would like to just commend her for all of her work from that aspect as well. Thank you, Supervisors.
Anyone else? If not, thank you, Judge, for your shared memories, and also Nick Chulos. We will adjourn today's meeting in honor of both of them, and to the late supervisor, a total trailblazer for women in politics in Monterey County. She sounded like an amazing woman who was probably the first ever president of CSAC from Monterey County. And as an executive board member, I salute her for her leadership and really paving the way for all of us who came behind her. With that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you.